Oh, I'm on the right channel, aren't I? Yeah. Hello, Ian. Ronald DHS. It's supposed to have the latest version of T2Box. 1.6.5. What version do I have? Where the hell is it? T2Box. 1.5. 1.6.1. So there's a newer version. Okay. Let's install the new version. Hello, 3D Print Viking and Ian. Oh, we got two Ians. Fight, fight, fight. Sure. Hello, Pygar, JF Digital. Oh, I probably never changed the name. Nope, I didn't. There we go. That's right. Fight, fight, fight. To the death. Hello, Sweet Bee. I thought I was going to have to eat one of my pizza delivery runs. I had to deliver to it, Chris Taylor. That's my name. Yes, so today's just a short stream for us to chit chat, and I'll show you some of the prints that I got from that printer. I forgot to rename the stream. I just renamed it. It used to be that when you clicked on stream, it would ask you, do you want to copy last stream or do you want to start a new one? And I would click new one. But now when you go to a stream, it just automatically populates everything like it was before. So I have to remember to actually change the thumbnail and change the title. Um, ooh, I would call the number as an enumerator. I would mark it as does not exist, and then I would do a census for you at your address if you have not already done one with the correct address. So I would call the number and ask them because they probably don't want you enumerated at the wrong city because they want you at the right place. So the easy solution is just to do it and then you're done with it. But the correct solution is to call the number and ask them, say, hey, you know, I want to complete the census, but the city is wrong. What do I do? Can I correct the city or do I have to do one with the correct city? Call the number. On the NOV, on the notice of visit, there's, I think it's a, what, 844, something like that. There's a phone number on there. No, we don't want 50,000. Well, as you know, I've only had this for a week. So it wouldn't exactly be legitimate for me to say, yep, you're good to go. Buy this as your first printer. I don't have enough experience with it. Now, based on my experience with the first one, which this one appears to be almost identical to, except it has a monochromatic screen, which is what you want, I'd say you're probably pretty safe buying this. It is available on Amazon now, and the price is really good. 250 bucks. I mean, that's dirt cheap. Just a couple hours. The census got extended until Monday, so I have a chance to put in some extra hours for that. So I'm going to do that to try to get that little bit of extra cash before they're all done. And also this week, I hope to have the metal table brought in here because I got this all cleaned up. Check this out. So this is all done. That's all the goodies. Actually, let me give you a better view. So I got these shelves brought in here. That's printing stuff. That's review stuff I have to do. Except for the cat food. I don't have to review the cat food. Well, where is it? That box of cat food I have to review. But not that cat food. That's actually the cat food you guys helped pay for. One guy donated $63 to my kittens, and you guys all using that fetch link got me almost $100 worth of Amazon gift cards, which I used to buy all that cat food. And check it out, they love the cat tree. Noah sleeping up top there. You can see his butt sticking out the back of the hole there, and you can just see his ear sticking out the corner there. And then Ender's on the second level. Yeah, they seem to really like this cat tree. So that cat tree is going to get a very good review from me. Noah also loves sleeping in that box right there. So I'm hoping maybe later today, Sean, I can drag that metal tape, and I've almost got everything cleared out here. All I got to do is move this and this, and then I'll be able to move this table out of the way. I got to set up two tables here, actually. I got to set up the metal table, and I got to set up one of those skinny tables behind it, and that's where the screens are going to go with the computer, and go from there. CR10S Pro V2 would probably not be a bad printer. I hear the leveling got a lot better. Yeah, and don't they sound great? The Ugree, well, for me, I like well balanced audio, meaning I like my highs, my mids, and my lows to be very well balanced with each other and very crisp. And the I guess I prefer a reference sound, like a studio headphone sound. I like that clarity that you get from a reference sound. And the U greens just nail that. The U greens and the LG tones are fantastic. Oh, I got another set of earbuds coming in. My the one page that's just for me when I log into that program that we don't talk about. A set of Bose earbuds popped up. $279. Yeah, that's something I would never buy. My God, that would pay my electric bill and my water bill. But those are coming in, so I'll be able to see how a $279 set of earbuds compares to a $20 set of earbuds. Well, I prefer metal tables for my printers because no fire hazard. As long as you keep the printer away from the wall, there's nothing to burn. It's a stainless steel table. The So the way that's going to work is that this is a piece of my metal table. I'm using it now to block the light from coming in through the window, which I probably don't need anymore because the carport's there now. Oh crap! The screen was cracked. Send it back. That's the wonderful thing about Amazon. You know that happens. It got dropped too hard. So that table is going to go here along the wall, and then the new table I got is going to go here, and I will be sitting over here, facing this way. That's going to do several things. One, all the light coming in the windows will be illuminating me and what we're working on instead of blinding us in the camera. So no more windows like this. Like no more windows like this blinding things and lights like that blinding us. All the lights will be where they're supposed to be. All the light coming in will be coming in from where it's supposed to be. The carports also really help with that because they stop that direct light coming in the window. It's more indirect now. So that'll all help. Yes, Sam, send it back. I assume you got it from Amazon because it's available on Amazon right now for $250. I don't know if that's a permanent price, but that's a ridiculously cheap price. And send it back. That's the whole point of Amazon. That's why I like Amazon. It happens. The box probably got dropped and bad luck. Because I did bring my metal table from the old house, so both will be set up. And when I got here, you probably can't see it. No, you can't. But I have a metal table out there. Oh, if it's just the heater block, oh yeah, but that's where you put something underneath it. You just put some sort of padding between the table and the printer. Oh crap! Well, contact them. They'll send a replacement. You know, they'll send you a replacement screen. They said UV screen. Do you mean the glass on top, or do you mean the LCD screen underneath it? It doesn't matter either way, but be sure which component is broken. The ByQ BX. No, I have not. Let me look it up. I do have the JG Magic Artist D, which I believe is an IDEX printer. So maybe next week or the week after we'll be doing that one. Here we go. ByQ BX. Looks like an Ender 3 with a big screen. I got the CR6 SE as well. The printers I have for us to do over the next couple of months are the CR6 SE. I'm waiting to get my replacement switch. I'm waiting to see what people standardize on for a replacement switch available on Amazon. And once the community has picked a standard switch, I'm going to order it just in case I have a problem. And I'm also waiting on Wham Bam to send me a sheet for it. Good. If it's just the glass, you could probably use the printer. let's see, what would I do in that case? Piece of Scotch tape over the crack to make sure the glass doesn't cut your FEP, and then just don't print where the crack is. And you should be able to make it and get some prints out of it while you wait for replacement glass to come in. Yeah, that's kind of sucky the way they Fusion 360 is cutting back on things. Oh, that's the one with the built-in Raspberry Pi. Okay. Hang on a second. Let me blow my nose. Oh yeah, my screen's still there. You may hear, but you may not see. We're also doing this. I am leaving that big ass trash can in the house here permanently. So I have no excuse. If I have trash, it goes right in the trash can. No more of that pile of garbage bullshit. They're trying to. What annoys me is they're trying to get people to pay, and I get that. The problem is hobbyists are never going to pay for Fusion 360. It's not worth it to them. There's no value for them there that they can afford. It's not justifiable. What they need to do is to simply either lower or remove the commercial restriction. So, meaning make it so that a smaller amount of money causes you to have to pay. But there's no reason to charge hobbyists for something that you're charging professionals like that. It's not practical. You know, they're spending $200 on a printer, not $20,000 on a printer. People who are spending $200 on a printer aren't going to pay you $500 a year for your software. They're just not. That's just never going to work. What you want to do is you want to make it as free as possible for them so that if they ever do move into a professional environment, they'll want to keep using your software. That's the trick. I hate when I get an itch on my back. It's so annoying. Yeah, yesterday I drove 252 miles for the census. Shundunk. Shudunk. I prefer the skidoosh. So check this out. This is the first print that I got off of the Creality. Those are actual little holes. You can see I can shine a light through it. Because there's actually little itty bitty little hexagonal holes. You're probably not even going to be able to see it. There it is. Really nice. And look at that's a top surface in there. Look how shiny that is. Yeah, no. This has got about 5,000 holes in it. This is not watertight. It's not supposed to be. See, those are little tiny holes. The idea was to show that it could make holes at that precision. It did have a little problem at the bottom, though. You can see the bottom is a little sloppy. You know, this bottom, the first few layers. Like a lot of those holes aren't there. In some places it is, some places it isn't. But overall, real nice. Now, this is what happens when you don't clean your FEP after a print. There was some flashing left over from this print, and that flashing got transferred to the Eiffel Tower. See all that little bit of stuff sticking out of the Eiffel Tower there? That's flashing. That was plastic left over on the FEP from the previous print. So you got to make sure you clean that FEP off between prints, or you get that. But you can see there's the Eiffel Tower print. It even got the handrails. Of course. Yeah, that pattern is holes, hexagonal holes, more tessellations. Oh, by the way, update on Elderwood. They finally got the reply back. How this took 9 hours, but that was pointed at 0.02 or 0.05 or something like that, which I think that could be printed at 0.1 and be just fine. These are the stock prints that came with it. Today we're going to print a set of 4 Marvins while we're chatting. In fact, let me get that exported. Settings. So we want to add Creality 0 to H. Oh, it is a bigger print volume. Wow. Okay. So it is 82 by 130 by 160. Nice. That's fine. That's fine. We want 0.2. Let's do 0.12. Bottom layer count 3 should be okay. And 15 should be okay, because I think it was way overkill. We're going to go 2. Let's leave it at 2 seconds. Let's go 2.5 seconds. One hour, 15 minutes. Perfect. Exactly. With a resin printer, believe it or not, with resin, you don't have to go to super low layer heights because the precision is so high. There's just no reason to go to silly low layer heights if you don't need to. As far as what to buy, I buy whatever's the cheapest. I'm just cheap like that. Let's see, wait a minute, let me get this done real quick. Why does it always put an underscore at the beginning of the file names? It's really annoying. Okay, you've seen some of my 0.2 millimeter prints on my Ender 2s that come out looking just absolutely phenomenal. That's because layer alignment and this is alignment, your layer alignment, meaning can you accurately drop one layer on top of the other, and layer precision, meaning no bulging, is going to determine more than layer height. We get around poor extrusion consistency and poor layer consistency by using lower layer heights. Now, of course, if you have a very highly detailed model, then lower layer heights also help with that. But with resin, your layer consistency and your layer alignment is so precise. You can, unless you need it for high resolution, you can actually go higher layer heights, meaning thicker layers, and still have a perfect print. Frozen makes good machines. I have the Frozen Sonic Mini, and I love it, and it's a monochromatic screen. And the Mini 4K, I think, is only $300. Yes, well, we're going to get into that next. Okay. Now, well, plus shipping. So you're probably going to pay like $350, $360 with shipping, unless they have a free shipping deal. Now, the resin itself, your typical resin, meaning like this resin right here, is it's brittle. If you were to drop this after curing it, sometimes I don't even fully cure models because they stay a little softer if you don't cure them. So like this one here has a bit of flex to it. Yeah. This has not been UV cured, just the standard UV in the room. And so I'll leave it like that because it'll retain a little bit of flex. Your standard resins are a bit on the brittle side. So it's probably, It's probably as strong as PLA, but more fragile. Now, they do have ABS-like resins that are slightly stronger. They have a little bit more give, not by much. Then you also have the really tough resins like Tenacious from who makes that Soriatec. Soriatec has a resin called Tenacious. That's almost a flexible resin, very strong, but it's expensive. It's $65 a liter, while resin like this is $30 a liter. Well, I'm going to tell you how to get tougher resins for $40 a liter. Okay, you can mix resins. Most people don't realize that. You can mix resins together. So I bought a $65 bottle of Tenacious, and I take 25% of it and I put it in with a bottle of regular resin. Now, that's not as good as Tenacious, but it's a lot better than the regular resin. So I am adding some toughness to the regular resin by mixing them together. And that makes it a hell of a lot cheaper. So if you got one of these for $30 a liter, that is, so take away 25% of that, and what's that come out to? That's $22.50. Then you take the $65, divide that by 4, and you have 15. So that's $38 a liter for a slightly tougher resin. Because you don't lose any. You can take that 25% you remove from this and mix it with something else. Exactly. So that you still end up with a brittle print to an extent, but that 25% Tenacious gives it some give. It makes it tougher. And it makes a big difference. It makes it so that if you were to drop it, it doesn't break. You see, this almost bounces because this is still soft. And but you mix it with Tenacious, and it stays acting like that even after it's cured. So that's what I do. I take the expensive flexible stuff and I mix it with the cheap regular stuff to get a compromise. No, I did not. It's up here though. I did get it though. This looks like the 500 milliliter bottle. Right in the garbage can. So that is that stupidly cheap purple stuff we got last week. You can mix with a mixing extruder. Like, for example, mixing PLA and PETG and ABS is actually pretty easy, especially if you use a PLA Plus, which can handle a higher temperature. But they don't really mix. They co-join. It's not the same thing. This was $20 for 1.5 liters. So you got a 1 liter bottle and a half liter bottle for $20. Yeah, I bought that. Yes, you can mix different colors. So after we try this print, we will try some of the purple stuff. I've used the Shine Sing before, and it prints just like regular resin, so I don't anticipate a problem. Actually, screw that. Let's put the purple in. Who should be in jail? Yeah, food coloring works. Alcohol dyes work, although be careful with alcohol dyes. If you mix too much, it'll make it not cure. Damn right. I wanted to order more, but if I ordered them all, you guys wouldn't be able to order any. Hey, I got color separation in here. That's interesting. Now, let's see if I can do this without getting it all over me. That's right. I forgot how much these suck. They're too big. Okay, there's the pour spout. Well, I'm going to set up a proper station for resin eventually. Now that I have enough resin printers and whatnot, I need to build a proper station for it. Yeah, that's what I thought it would do. It should funnel down the center as long as I'm careful. Ooh, big clump. That's not good. Good thing I didn't try to print with that. You don't want to print with clumps. Okay, you stay. And I got a towel that already has a bunch of resin on it. Yes. So there's always going to be a little bit of leftover crap when you, every now and then when you print with resin, a piece of the print, didn't have a support underneath it and it separates from the rest of the print. So you end up with little clumps like that. And those clumps will interfere with a future print. That's how you get things like that sticking out of your Eiffel Tower, is that you had a little clump that you didn't get rid of. And those clumps build up. And so when you pour out your resin, you have to strain out those little clumps. And then use your plastic spatula to make sure there's, you see I got a couple more clumps in here. But this stuff's relatively expensive, so you don't want to just throw it away. And that is good enough. Thank you, Aztec. If you guys want to help out, use the PayPal link down below, and they don't take 30% like YouTube does. Or if you haven't signed up for Fetch yet, sign up for Fetch. That's an easy way to send me $2 for nothing. Because of you guys, I have gotten $56 on Fetch so far, and that's all gone into that cat food. Basically, everything I get from Fetch, I buy cat food with it. Nice. Okay, so now make sure I don't have any resin on the outside, no more bits on the inside. I don't see any bits. I don't feel any bits. If there's any bits in there, you'll feel it stuck to the fat. Actually, my cat does sometimes play fetch, which is really awesome. Oh. Yeah, but of the 5 pounds, Google's going to take 30%. Yeah, it's because you're overseas. They charge that extra foreign transaction fee crap. Yes, actually I do. They got a their reply back to us was basically to ignore most of what we said and proceed to use ad hominem attacks on me, calling me a thief. Okay, I'm a thief for using hexagons. They said that was our original design. It doesn't look anything like your original design, except that it's 7 hex tessellation. No. You sent 5 pounds, so I will get 5 times 0.7. I'll get 3.5 pounds from that. Here in the US, they take 30% of all Super Chat donations. So I will only get 70 pence per pound that you send. Minus conversion, of course. Nice. Yeah, every now and then, Ender will play fetch with me, which is really awesome. I love when he does that. Yeah, they take 30%. So if you send me $100, YouTube takes 30 of it. Yes, he is. They're the ones working on it, and we're about to file another return thingy. You know, however that works. We did get a reply back from the Copyright Office, and the Copyright Office denied them a copyright. They appealed it, and then the Copyright Office denied them again. Final determination: your item is functional. You can't copyright it. And then Elderwood admits that their object is aesthetically functional. So if you combine aesthetically functional admission from Elderwood and the copyright determination that you can't copyright this, it's purely functional, it should be pretty easy to win. We're hoping. My question is, who at the USPTO agreed to yeah, it's like 3-4%. Who at the US, well, with his problem, Caliber Manx, is that he's in the UK, so PayPal takes another chunk for the foreign transaction, but it's still cheaper than the thing. I recreated. If you guys saw that video a couple weeks ago, I recreated the original box that I made back in 1992, 1993, when I was in shop class in school. Now, keep in mind, my original box was actually about this big. I made it to hold Matchbox cars, and it was made of paper, because paper was just easy for me to work with. And then one of my fellow classmates said, "Hey, could you downsize this for dice?" And I was like, "Well, sure, that's easy enough." So this is my original design, and it was all open just like that. Now the reason for that is because of how I made it. It was really interesting. What I did was I took a piece of paper and I folded it like this. So what I did was 80% charge. I would fold a piece of paper like that. Yeah, really. Now, how did I do that? There was a method to do it. Yes, I had to tri-fold it. This is all very long ago. So I would tri-fold the paper. I would actually take a ruler and measure it out, but there's a way you could do it without a ruler, like this. You tri-fold the paper like that, and then you fold it in half. There. You just made a hexagon cell. See? You now have 6 sides. All you got to do is fold these end 2 sides inward, and you would end up with a hexagon. That's not a perfect hexagon, but you get the point. Okay? You would end up with a hexagon. And then you would make 7 of those and glue them together. And then you would glue straight walls on the outside to form the big hexagon. And you would end up with this. Thank you, Aztec. I appreciate that. You didn't have to do that. Let me bring up this window so I can see when that happens and make sure I give the shout outs. There it is. There you go. Thank you very much, buddy. Actually, it looks like you sent it in USD, and I'll tell you exactly what PayPal takes out of it. And then, of course, the top is just a hexagon box. I don't know. It's weird, though. Oh, Ethan Webb sent me $5 as well. Thank you, buddy. Let's see. Activity. The problem is a hexagon is not as strong as a circle as far as strength under pressure. Meaning, if you were to make the can hexagon shape, the can would expand under pressure, while the circle can would just stay its current shape. So Jonathan and Ethan, thank you very much for the $5. So if I look at your transaction, it says here. Actually, I got the full $5, so it looks like you elected to pay the fees. Oh, you're Ethan. So Jonathan also sent me $5. And so it looks like you elected to pay the fee so they don't charge me anything. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. Exactly. While the hexagon is going to try to expand to a circle. So the circle makes sense. But as far as storage space, hexagons made sense. I appreciate that. What did they charge you? So what was your total cost to send me the $5 from the UK? Because other people are going to ask. Okay, so 504. Hold on. 5 British pounds to US. So you paid $6.45 to send me $5. So you paid $1.45. So if you were to have just sent the $5 and let me pay the fees, then I would have gotten $3.50. So that's not $3.54. So that's not too far different from what YouTube would have done if they would have taken out their 30%. And I guess that's part of that is the conversion from British pounds to US dollars, and part of that is the fee that the vendor charges. It always gets wacky when you're overseas. Whenever you transfer overseas, it always gets wacky. Okay, so we've met a dollar. So they would have taken $1.22 out. Now that is from $6.22, not $5. So it'd be less if it was $5. Yeah. Well, I also found out I cannot send myself. I got $40 sitting in my Google Rewards account. I can't send it to myself. They've blocked every avenue of being able to cash out that money. Bastards. Actually, I'd be happy if I could just send it to my sister because she plays those games on the phone, and that's just free money she could use to play those games. So. PayPal is 2.9% plus 30 per transaction for US to US. But for foreign to US, there's also an extra fee added on top of it in there. Let's see. I can delete those. I can delete that. I can delete that too. Yeah, drone shots. So the original ones I made were actually made of paper like this. And I actually made the wooden ones similarly. I would cut 6 equal sized pieces and glue them together. It was a pain in the butt. The paper was actually easier. Maybe if I had nice saws and dado cuts and crap like that, I could have done it better. But, my skills were lacking. So most of my original boxes were actually made of paper. Not likely. Those power supplies are, if you send from bank account, friends and family through PayPal, there are no fees. No. If you send it from a PayPal balance to friends and family, there's no fees. But if you send it to from a credit card, there's still a fee, but you can opt to either send the money and have the fee taken out of what I get, or you can opt to pay the fee yourself. But if you have a PayPal balance, then yes, you can send that friends and family, and there's no fee on either end. Although I don't know if that applies if it's foreign transaction. They might still charge a foreign transaction fee. I'm not sure. The problem is, by sharing my Google account as a family account with her, I implicitly give her access to my credit cards, and I don't want to do that. Too risky. It's too easy for her to click, pay on those games because they're very addictive. I'll look into it to see if there's a way I can connect it but restrict it. But I think part of the reason they do that is so that you can't just share it with anybody on the planet. They want you to expose yourself to risk by sharing it so that you won't willy-nilly share it with anybody on the planet. Usually a high-pitched sound is a fan. So you might have a fan that's dying. The power supplies, even the cheap ones, are pretty reliable. If it lasts the first 30, 60 days, it's probably going to last years. They don't usually die later on. I mean, it's possible, but they don't usually die later on. So if you have a high-pitched sound, I would start looking at your fans. Even the good power supply, even the good Meanwhile power supply, comes with a shit fan. Well, the last time I checked, it does. The last time I checked, it gives them access to your payment methods. Now, I think you can then use the kid's device to set up parental limitations, but I'm obviously not going to set up parental limitations on my adult sister's phone. That'd be silly. All right, there's the purple. We have the final. My only problem with the reason I'm not a big Octoprint fan is that you're introducing multiple points of failure. There it is. With the printer, if the printer fails, the print fails. Well, when you connect a Raspberry Pi, you now have two things that can fail, and either one of them failing will fail the print. If the printer fails, the print fails. If the Octoprint fails, the print fails. So you're introducing 2 points of failure. That's my biggest issue. Yeah, that's because the filament sensors tend to suck. I tend to get rid of them. But usually, you take apart the filament sensor, make sure the little clicker switch is actually activating, make sure there isn't a gunk or a piece of filament holding the button down so it thinks there's filament in there when there isn't. But basically, your filament sensor is just a switch. It's lit like your end stop switch. When you put the filament in, it presses the button and it says, okay, I have filament. When the filament breaks and pulls out of that unit, the switch deactivates and says, oops, we're out of filament. I'll have to check that out, Alec. If there's a way I can restrict card usage, I'll do that. But will I be able to give her? Will we be able to share the Google account balance? I think I still won't be able to do that. No, it's actually live feeding. Oh, and 3 points of failure because the USB cable could fail. Now, there is a way to tell Octoprint to print to SD card, meaning it copies the file over to the SD card and begins the print. I think that method might be resistant to crashing, because then the Octoprint could crash and the printer in theory would keep going. But I know that process is very slow. Like, it takes a long time to transfer over to the SD card via the serial connection on the Octoprint. But I know the normal Octoprint way of printing, it's like printing from a computer. You're sending the G code as a live stream over the USB cable. So if the computer crashes, in this case, the Octopi is a computer. If the computer crashes, the print crashes. The print will keep printing until it runs out of the cache, but that's not much. Well, these are in-game purchases. You don't buy the app, you pay in-game. You might be printing the SD card then. Yeah, that'll do it. Yeah, you're definitely going to hold down that circuit board. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it, Caliber Manx. I'm just trying to figure out a way to get her that $40 that I have in here. Stop it. Turn off. Yeah, I know in the original CR10, I got fed up with it and just disabled it altogether. I don't know if it's sticking. I don't see the pop in the fluid. I might have to increase the burn time. 2.5 seconds. Oh, I saw a pop there. Well, that's just it. I can't use the reward points any other way. Exactly. JM Digital gets it. But the reward points, I can't use them. I don't buy apps. I don't pay in-app purchases, and I don't buy apps from the store. So I don't know, mystery games where you find stuff on the screen. She loves the mystery games. I can't tell if it's working or not. I'm gonna have to let it print a few layers and then check it. Yeah, a lot of those original chemistry sets we used to have as kids are probably illegal today. I miss those days. I love those old electronic sets and chemistry sets, and I miss that stuff. Yeah, maybe. Knock it off. Go away. Yeah, I know you're past 80%. I get it. Although I do like that feature. Digit removal. What was that character on Naruto that could shoot his digits and then regrow them? Um, the what's his name? Bushy Brow got Drunken Master on him. He couldn't beat him because he couldn't beat the Drunken Master technique he was using because he drank alcohol without realizing it. The trader sent me $5. Thank you, buddy. Asbestos and uranium. Awesome. Oh, that is so adorable watching them sleep in there like that. Look at Nosy up there just sleeping in that hole there. Hi, kitty. Thank you, Mark. I appreciate it, man. It adds up over a month. I appreciate it. The As far as the toxicity, okay, resin is not toxic like cyanide. Okay, it's not a poison. Yeah, he's doing pretty good. Yeah, I saw that, the trader. This is not focusing. There we go. Okay, resin is not toxic like cyanide or snake venom. Resin is toxic like epoxy and gasoline and harsh chemicals are. You build up a tolerance to them. It's a harsh chemical that your body builds a tolerance to, and then you react badly to it. Require a kidney? He never fully blocked up, and the vet said that's very good because cats can't repair their kidneys. Once their kidneys get damaged, that's it. They can't repair them. So you really want to avoid that. What are you doing? Hey, little jackass. He's up there sleeping, and this one here came to the end and bit his tail. What the hell did you do that for, you dickhead? No, it doesn't build up in your system like heavy metals. It's not poisonous like that. It's like there are people who work with heavy epoxies and glues and stuff like that, and now they can't be near it anymore because they built up a tolerance to it, and if they go near it, they break out. They get skin rashes and crap like that, and they can't be near it anymore. That's why you wear PPE. That's why you wear the gloves, is to avoid the direct contact with your skin. Otherwise, it's not that dangerous. You know, it's not something you want your 5-year-old playing with, or maybe even your 10-year-old, depending on the kid. But it's not like it's going to poison you. It's not that kind of toxicity. Once it's cured, it's perfectly safe. It's only dangerous. It's only threatening in its liquid form. If you have a spill, clean it up. Use alcohol. Use UV light. Cure it. Clean it up on a towel. Take that towel out into the sunlight. Let the sunlight cure it, and now it's safe, and you can dispose of it normally. Yes, it effectively becomes an extreme allergy. You got it. So it's not like now for some things it is actually toxic for, like marine life. So water washable, please don't rinse it out in your sink. I guess if you have a septic tank, it's okay, but if you have a regular sewer system, you don't want that getting into the water system because it is toxic to marine life. But once you cure it with UV light, it's perfectly safe. You can dump it down the drain, throw it in the garbage. Well, we call it a tolerance. You can tolerate so much of it before you develop an allergic reaction to it. Now, talking about heavy metals, do you guys know why they call hat makers Mad Hatters? Do you know where that term came from, Mad Hatter? Well, because in the old days, they would use beaver furs to make hats, pelts, and they would use the fur in a mold. And how would they make that stuff take shape? Well, it turns out mercury worked very well for that. So you dip the whole thing in a vat of mercury, and it would help it hold that shape. Well, they're putting their hands in mercury. Well, mercury is a heavy metal. It crosses the blood-brain barrier and gets into your brain and makes you go crazy. So people who made hats tended to go mad. And of course, they had no idea why at the time. Nobody knew. They were, oh, the Hatter, he went mad. Mad Hatter. It's because he had mercury poisoning. We didn't know. Nobody knew. I think there were other chemicals involved too, because actual mercury is pretty safe. Like, you can dip your hands in it, and it's not really going to hurt you. But there's also some forms of mercury, not elemental mercury. There's another form, ethyl mercury, where any contact whatsoever, you're dead. I mean, this stuff is so dangerous, and there's no cure for it. I mean, you get to watch yourself, die. It's nasty. Really, that's unusual. Now, keep in mind that that brain-eating amoeba is actually pretty common. It's not a rare thing, but it typically only exists in warm water. It doesn't usually exist in cold water. It's usually warm water ponds and stuff like that where it grows. So just follow your local officials' advice. Be careful. Yeah, mad as a hatter. It's funny as hell. Well, not so funny for the people going mad. Yeah, something that allowed the mercury to be absorbed. Lead is a little harder to get into the body. You kind of have to eat it. That's why the lead-based paint was banned. Most people, although rich families like kings and queens, royalty, you know how they used to be a little cuckoo, a little crazy. Well, lead tastes sweet. So if you eat a piece of lead, it tastes sweet. It activates the sweet part of your taste buds. They used to use lead as a sweetener for their food. Yeah, it kind of drove them crazy. Yep, lead based on makeups and stuff like that. Not as dangerous as long as you didn't get in your body, but the eating it was definitely bad. So the reason they banned lead paint is because young children who don't know better tend to stick everything in their mouth and they would lick the wall. And when they realized the wall tasted sweet, they would keep licking the wall because it tasted sweet. And so the kids would get lead poisoning. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly why, because it tasted sweet. I believe a lot of the early silverware was made of pewter. Lead was too soft. Oh, I did saw a flick, so I think it is working. A lot of times when the part pulls off the FEP sheet, it'll suddenly release, because the FEP will begin to stretch and then pop off, and you'll see the layer of the liquid go like that when it pops off the FEP. I would consider the new Creality printer so far a safe to buy. That's how I rate printers. I don't typically suggest printers. Or the Ender 5 and the Ender 2 are the only printers I really hardcore suggest. But what I do is I rate printers a safe to buy or a not safe to buy. And I would rate this a safe to buy so far. It's working like it should. Yeah, pewter probably had lead in it. Yeah, makes it easier to manipulate. Probably, I don't know the details. Remember, when you have an amalgam of metals, the properties change. So the lead might not be as dangerous when mixed in with pewter. For example, people say that 3D prints aren't food safe because you're printing with a brass nozzle and brass has lead in it. Even if you ground up that brass nozzle and ate it, you're getting almost no lead. There's just not that much there. I hope this thumb drive that came with this printer, I hope it lasts because I think it's pretty. It's just a nice looking thumb drive. It's too big, but it's nice looking, so I'm hoping that lasts. Yeah, 1.5% lead. I remember that number from somewhere. Oh, I've heard people do that, and you've tried it and it works. It keeps the print from sticking to the FEP. 15% lead? Okay, that's a lot. And it works good for you? No issues? Because I'll give it a try. I can get some like 3-in-1 PTFE lube. What I'm saying, you put it on and you wipe it off, and that's it. The first Marvin's already done. Let's make sure we're actually printing. Yeah, somebody posted a link to a bottle of lube that's PTFE. It's made of PTFE. Oh yeah, it's working. Working fine. Well, this is a popcorn ceiling, and it does not have asbestos. This house was made in the 90s, and asbestos was illegal then. But yeah, I know the original ceilings were asbestos. Cool. I think I can get it on Amazon too. PTFE lube. Yeah, 3-in-1 multi-purpose PTFE lube. It's $4. I think this is the stuff they were suggesting. Motorola? No, this is an LG V40. I just added the app that lets me do that shake light on. I love it so much that I added the app to this. But yeah, that shake light feature is built into Motorola phones. I think you're talking about that stuff. Yeah, why would you have to apply it to the glass side? Yeah, the monochrome screen. That's the big deal. The big deal with this is the monochrome LCD screen. Okay, the way these resin printers work is kind of like they're cameras. They work just like a camera works. You have the film, okay, which is the plate. Then you have the light, which is the resin. And well, in this case, the resin and the UV light together form that medium. And the UV light turns on and shines through an LCD screen. The LCD screen acts as a mask. So the LCD screen goes dark where you don't want light to go through, and it goes transparent where you do want light to go through. The LCD screen has a picture of the layer. It's basically an image file, a GIF or a bitmap or a PNG or something. And so wherever it's black, no light. Wherever it's clear, light. And the problem is the original printers used RGB screens, your standard RGB screen like on your phone. Well, the problem is the UV light is very destructive because it's like a 40 or 50 watt UV bulb in there. So it's a lot of power, enough power that this fan, the whole purpose of the fan in this thing is to keep that bulb cool because that bulb gets very hot. And that's why long burn times are also bad for the bulb. So a monochrome screen is, first of all, more transmissive. So an RGB screen, you literally have to transmit through 3 screens. You have the red layer, the green layer, and the blue layer, and you got to transmit through all 3. So you need more light, you need more burn time, and it's destructive to the screen itself. The UV light actually destroys the screen. That's why the screen fails so fast. The screen is a consumable. The monochrome screen is more resistant to UV damage, and it allows more transmission of light. So I'm printing at a 0.12 layer height. That's FDM layer height. Not 0.12, 0.12, your standard FDM layer height. And I'm only using a 2.5 second burn time. I could probably use 2 seconds. Versus the old printers that might take, 5, 6, 8, 10 second burn time, if they could even do that layer height at all. So the color screens are good for about 300 to 600 hours. The monochrome screens should be good for 1,500 to 2,000 hours. So they last 4 or 5 times longer. They basically last life of the machine. In theory, you should never have to replace the screen. I mean, if you're a hardcore printer and you're printing a lot of stuff, you might get to a point where you have to replace the screen. But the screen life is now long enough with a monochrome screen that you don't really have to consider them consumable anymore. Which makes a big difference. Your prints print faster, they are more reliable, and the screen lasts longer. And this is only $250. That's pretty hard to do. Yeah, it's $30 each time you have to replace the screen. But it's a consumable. You just got to treat it like it is. It's consumable. But if you get a monochrome screen, that shouldn't be a problem anymore. The screen should last long enough. This is the LD002H. Link is in the description. Hang on, let me get it up here. All right, come on, let me select it. Thank you. Copy, close. Comgrowl has it on Amazon now for $249, that's a pretty hard to beat price, and it is available. You could have it on Tuesday. Well, I would have it on Tuesday. You would probably get it earlier. Still looking for that custom 3D pair of feet. You got to get me an STL. If you get me an STL, I can print it out. That is the affiliate link right there. So if you click on that link in the description or that link I just posted in chat, that's an affiliate link. The proviso, as required by Amazon, as an Amazon associate, I earn from qualifying purchases. That's required wording by Amazon. Oh, yes. I'm still waiting for you to send me the STL file. There was somebody working on monochrome replacement screens for Mars printers. Oh, damn. Sorry. I wonder if anything ever happened with that. There was somebody working on doing exactly that, replacing the screens. Yeah, there was. I'm trying to remember who it was. Maybe they had a problem. I don't know, but there was somebody working on replacement screens to put monochrome screens in the current printers. No. 4K screens. But they were also looking into monochrome screens because that's right when they were doing this is when the monochrome screens came out and people were going gaga for them, which I don't blame them. But yeah, I think it was the guy who was looking to do 4K screens for the current printers. He was also looking into monochrome screens, but I don't know if anything ever happened with that. All right, Caliber Manx, you have a great day. Yes, it does not work as well as you think because the filament is not a glue. In order to join 2 parts using a 3D printed pen, the problem is it'll stick, but it'll break easy. And you'll destroy the existing model trying to do it. The problem is it does not glue together. It fuses together. The 2 parts are in a liquid state, and when you take one layer and apply it to another layer, it semi-liquefies the previous layer. That's why prints are brittle if you print too fast, because it didn't have enough time to heat up the previous layer enough to make the two parts actually fuse together, and so your part comes apart. So the 3D printing pen, you're going to have that problem. You're going to have that problem where you're not going to be able to fuse the parts together. You'll be able to fuse the skin, but that fusing is only skin deep. It doesn't go all the way in. So it's not even a bond. It's like a cold weld. You have to have penetration in order to have a proper weld. Well, the same thing applies here. In order to get those parts together using a 3D pen, you have to have enough penetration of heat to actually cause those layers to fuse together. And that's hard to do without destroying the part. So it works in a pinch to hold two parts together, but just keep in mind that that's going to be a very weak bond. It's not going to be strong. So I just suggest using gloop. 3D gloop is very strong at joining 3D printed parts together. No problem. Be careful with super glue, same problem, brittle. Now the reason 3D gloop works is it chemically melts the part. The chemical in 3D gloop melts the plastic. So it actually causes a fusing to occur. In a properly bonded 3D gloop set of parts, the gloop joint is stronger than the plastic, meaning when you break it, it'll break next to the glue joint. The glue joint itself won't break, typically. But keep in mind, 3D gloop has a short shelf life. Don't order a lot of it. Order it as you need it. Same thing with the plastic model cement. They work exactly the same way. It melts the parts together. It might. It might work with ABS parts. Usually 3D models are ABS, I think. I believe they're ABS. So I don't know if it'll work with PLA, but it should work pretty good with ABS, I would think. I haven't tried that, though. Good idea, though. Plastic model cement's cheap. You know something? It smells similar, too. I wonder if it's the same active chemical. Huh. I wonder if it's... Well, PLA is different, though, so it would be a different chemical. And they do have different gloop for PLA, Petchy, and ABS. I'm not entirely sure, but try it. I don't know how strong the connection will be, because I do know I've had glued together bottles fall apart. Now, resin to bond resin might work. I've never tried to do that, though. The problem you're going to have with bonding parts with resin is penetration, again. Getting the UV light to penetrate all the way in. Styrene, okay. Acetone works as an adhesive or a fusing agent. So it wouldn't be an adhesive, it'd be a fusing agent. Yeah, I have a normal Marvin, and then I have a 150% Marvin, and then I have a 50% Marvin and a 25% Marvin. So we're printing 4 Marvins in 4 different sizes. I love these Eiffel Tower prints. That kind of detail. I mean, look at that hand railing. I mean, that's just phenomenal to me. Is it going to focus? It's not going to focus. There it is. That little tiny hand railing. That's just amazing. Very cool. Nice. Yeah, that patching holes, that'll work. But I'm talking about if you were to try to join this together with this. How do you get the UV light to penetrate all the way to the middle of that bond? But yeah, for surface joining, like to join two of these together, to join this edge with another one, that's easy. A little bit of resin, hit it with UV light, and you're good. XTC doesn't really smooth prints. XTC is a layer on top, and that layer on top is smooth. So it's basically epoxy. XTC is epoxy. Well, again, you're not sanding the PLA. You're sanding the epoxy. Can you use UV resin to join non-resin parts? Like, could I use UV resin to join two PLA parts? Would that even work? Like, how strong would that connection be? Yeah, using resin to smooth would be like using epoxy. Does it interact with the PLA? Does it actually do anything to the PLA, or is it just sitting on top of it? Yeah, UV activated glue. It's basically a super glue that activates by UV. I have a couple of them here somewhere. Yeah, that's what I figured. It just sits on top. But the nice thing, it's viscous enough that it'll stay in those layers um, without dripping off, giving you time to hit it with UV light and freeze it in place. But does it bond well? Meaning, do you have problems with the resin flaking off the PLA later, or does it stay put? It stays pretty good. Exactly. The working time is nice. I want to play with that method that guy used. It was a Chinese guy. I saw it last week where he basically he ground up salt until it was powderized, powdered salt, and then he packed the prints in salt and put them in the oven and melted them. It worked particularly well for PET G. The parts came out so homogeneous they looked like resin prints. I want to try that for my nose cones. I think that might work really well for nose cones. And Marvin number 2 is done. It is now printing 3 and 4. Yeah, it was awesome. And here's what's cool about that. It's salt. 100% reusability. You break it up and you can use it again and again and again. The only loss is whatever little bit of salt you rinse off the part that got embedded in the part. Otherwise, it's 100% recyclable. You can keep reusing it over and over again. Oh, is it? Because I want to find a bulk of it because I need 50 pounds of it. Because if I'm going to waste the gas to run the oven, I want to do a big batch of them. Let me see if I can find that video. It should be in my history, so it should be just a matter of going back until I find it. Can I search my history? Yes, I can. Salt. Yes, here we go. Remelting thermoplastics. This video here. Salt. Oh, that's making a mess. Yep, that's gonna make a mess. Why do you want two stepper motors on the same axis? Like, why would you want that? What would be the benefit? I guess if you have a large enough printer where belt stretch becomes an issue, like if you have a 1 meter cubed printer, that might make sense. Because if you're pushing and pulling from both ends, then the belt isn't as torqued. Yeah, if you find it, send it to me. Hey, these new plastic spatulas seem to hold up a lot better to the resin. I noticed in the early days these plastic spatulas would deteriorate pretty quickly when you're cleaning up resin with them and you try to clean them off. These seem to be holding up pretty well. Since I got this resin so cheap, I might try printing a really big Marvin. In fact, let's see what that would look like if I scaled it up. Let's see. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Get rid of you. Nope. Let's just get rid of them all. Open recent. Marvin keychain. Now, scale to fit. There we go. So I can print a 400% Marvin on my printer. I think I'll do that. How much resin will that take? That will take 300 grams of resin. Wow. So this is the one you're going to want to hollow out. No, cancel. So let's hollow this one out. Well, giant for resin. Let's see, I want to hollow. Let's do a 2 millimeter thick wall so it's nice and strong. That looks pretty safe to me. I don't see any bad overhangs. That looks like it should print pretty safely. So now we gotta dig holes in it. We're gonna make 5 millimeter holes. A depth of 5 millimeters. Add hole 10 millimeter. Oh yeah, put one there, and add a hole there, and add a hole right in his bum. Let's do 5 millimeter hole. Matt B, no, your link did not. Yeah, I should. Let's put a hole right there, and then also put a hole right here. Yeah, that should work. That'll allow him to drain nicely. Now that should take a whole lot less resin. 59 grams. Yeah, we'll do that. And I should be able to go to a higher layer height. So print, I should be able to do a 0.2 millimeter layer height. Maybe a 3-second burn time to compensate for that. And it should only take 2 hours and 2 minutes. Nice. Matt B, my link came through, right? Just checking. No. Did not come through. Where's the link going to? Is it a YouTube video? Are you trying to post a YouTube video? On the assumption you're trying to post a YouTube video, you want to do this. On the assumption you're trying to post a YouTube, you're going to pause. So here you have the link up top here. Copy just this part that starts with watch. So that right there. So just post this piece of the YouTube video. And then all people have to do is type youtube.com/ and then Control V that. And that should get through whatever filtering mechanism YouTube is using to stop people from posting links. Call Soyeti, hello. You'll be able to rewatch it. He's still sleeping up there in the tree. Ender is in the box? Nope, he's not in the box. I don't know where Ender is. He's here somewhere. Probably in with Michelle. Our cats like sleeping with us, so when I'm in bed, they'll sleep in my bed. When I get out of bed, they go into her bed. Sometimes they'll go back and forth in the middle of the night. In theory. Oh, the giant Naomi print. I'll go get her. There you go. So, there she is. No, I have not yet. If you sent it to my P.O. box, I haven't checked that in about a week and a half. So I'll go check that today when I go to the post office. Now, I see YouTube was smart enough to recognize that that was probably a YouTube link, but at least it gave me the option to approve it this time. And then you just come into here and just replace this part with that part. And there you go. And then I should be able to post the link for everybody else to click on. So 3DP, I will definitely check for that sticker. Oh, don't forget, Amazon Prime Day is coming up. So if you guys are going to be doing any kind of Amazon shopping, click on one of my links first. If you click on any one of my affiliate links, like if you click on the affiliate link to go to this printer, that counts for the whole day. So anything else you go and buy on Amazon, I get credit for. Don't bookmark the link though. Now that does not work. You have to actually come to one of my videos and click on the link. You can't bookmark it. You can't copy and paste it. You can't save it. The links have to have a referral attachment to them, and that comes from when you click them on a site like YouTube video. Yeah, I still have to print what's his name? RC Life on. I have a file for him too. So I'll have to print a full-size RC Life on too. I also printed a full-size Yoda child, you know, the child. And I still want to do that naughty gnome, you know, the gnome giving the middle finger. I want to print like a 4 or 5 foot tall one of him. Just because I think it'd be fun. You can also just go to Nerisse.com. I have my link there too. So if you go to Nerisse.com, I have all my links here. You can just go to my Amazon shopping page or click on any of my affiliate links here. I gotta double check, make sure I update this. So that's a little launching page. These are all my channels that I have, my web pages. So this is Haze 3D Print. If you ever want to find one of my 3D tips videos, one of my instructional videos, I'm putting them all here under 3DP Basics. So here's each of the videos and a description of what they are. So whenever I make a new instructional video, I'm going to add it here. So now they'll all be in one place where you can find them. So if somebody has a problem with their hot end, there's the hot end video. Adjusting the eccentric wheels, Z-wobble, terminology, bed leveling basics, they're all right here. And as I make more, I will add them to that page. This way you have one simple link that anybody can go to find all of this stuff. I thought I was going to have to do a live stream for life on the race where we take apart my air fryer. I have one of those air fryer XLs. Actually, it's a weird story. I got it for free. Apparently, you know, 4 or 5 years ago, my dad bought 2 of them. I'm guessing. Ooh, wait a minute! I gotta stalk the UPS guy. Is he coming? Or did I miss him? Ah, here he comes. I gotta stalk him. Thank you. Sir, have a good one. I wait next to the door, and right as he walks up to the door, I smash my face against the window and go. What did we get today? I hate these bags. Because, yeah, maybe if I open them up a different way. Because they have this, like, foam inside. If you tear them open, it gets all over the place. There's my switches. Okay, one thing, this review thingy I'm in is very handy for house repair, too. I got 40 outlets. I got 20 weather resistant and 20 regular, and then I got 15 light switches. So as long as I'm willing to wait until it pops up, I pretty much never have to buy anything for the house anymore. Because I have a couple broken light switches. So now I have replacement light switches. There's 15 of them. That's probably more than I have in the entire house. So I just realized there is a tear tab. So how do you get to it? Like, I know it has it because I saw it, but there's no obvious way to get to the tear tab. Wait a minute, maybe it's on the side? Yes, it is. Okay, there it is. So it does have a tear tab. Okay, that's not so bad. Oh! This was a nice score. And this one had an ETV of 0, which means it's absolutely free. I was like, hell yeah. More Vicks than you can shake a stick at? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bags of Vicks Vapo Cool Severe. Honey Lemon Chill. Very good. A bit strong, but tastes good. I still like Hall's better. And the third one is done. We are now down to the head of the big one. Oh, I almost forgot. I need one more hole. Actually, I probably don't. Yeah, I might. Hello, red light. Nah, I won't be able to put a hole in there. I can try. Try a 2mm hole. That worked. So yeah, I got, 10-year supply of these now. That should be enough holes to make that work. Going pretty good, DB3D. Finally got my mess cleaned up thanks to Michelle. She helped me out immensely. Her and I spent about an hour and a half, 2 hours every day, 4 days straight. I took 4 trailer loads of cardboard. Not garbage, cardboard. To the dump and recycling. It's from all the packages. Eventually all that cardboard is going to be another trailer load. But we're finally getting that mess cleaned up. It looks like to do the sheds, I'm going to have to do 2 10x10s. And then I can avoid the permitting issue. And just got to find someone to help me finish it before winter comes and destroys them. Yeah. But yeah, it's going little by little. cats are loving the cat tree. Noel's still sleeping up there inside the top of the cat tree. He really likes having that place to sleep. Ender was being a dick. He was sleeping up there. Ender comes up behind him and bites him on the ass. Like, what the hell? Why are you doing that? Leave him be. Ender's being food greedy. The food I give him, he's still hungry. He wants more. And so he'll go over and push Noel out of his bowl and eat his food, and we gotta chase him away. It's like, you dick, you had enough. Leave him alone. Apparently, it's basically a cat should be able to eat 1 can of cat food per day, according to the vet. So we use 2 cans twice a day, you know, half to each cat. And then at night, they get another can, half to each cat. And apparently that's supposed to be enough food for them. So they're not used to that. he comes up, because he wants more food. And it's like, no, not until 8 o'clock. Hello, Michael Castle. That's still here. Where is that? I think it's on here somewhere. It's around here somewhere. I gotta dig it up. I pretty much only use that when I travel. Actually, it might still be in my bag, my travel bag. But I pretty much use that when I travel. You know, when I don't want to bring this giant behemoth of a laptop, I'll bring that little tiny machine. Well, you can do that's what we used to do. We used to just fill a bowl with the dry food, and he would eat until he was done, and he would stop. And you know, again, I would sometimes put enough food in there that it would take him 2 days to eat it. The problem is now we have to feed him wet food. We can't feed him dry food anymore. The Because of where I live in a dry climate, combined with dry food, caused a urinary tract infection. So I can't feed them dry food. I have to feed them wet food. And you can't just leave out wet food because it dries up and turns crusty. Plus, it's too expensive. So, yeah, it was easy when it was dry food. Just fill the bowl. And they would just eat whenever they needed it. They didn't seem to overeat. You know, they weren't getting fat or anything. Although Noel was starting to fatten up a little bit on the wet food, which is good because he was too skinny. He was like 3-4 pounds lighter than Ender, and they're about the same size. So Noel's starting to fill out nicely now on the wet food. As long as I make sure he actually gets his wet food. Oh, matter of fact, that reminds me. Let me see if any cat food popped up today. Because, man, when the cat food pops up, it disappears so fast. Let's see, pet supplies. You gotta check throughout the whole day because, man, when it appears, like, literally, I've had somebody say, "Hey, cat food's here," and 30 minutes later, it's gone. And does not look like any cat food. Nope, no cat food. Boo! Man, yesterday a 32 pack of 5.5 ounce cans popped up. That's like $20 worth of food. Oh man, I wanted that bad, but you can't always win. Let's see what's available today. You only get 8 picks per day. I have heard of it, but the installs of Windows 10 that I have don't have it. So I have not had a chance to play with it yet. Some grease guns, rubber mallets. Oh wow, a 100 pack of coloring pencils. Is it actually 100 different colors? I'll take that. Yeah, that's a no-brainer. Hell yeah. Oh, they got some new stainless steel vacuum bottles. Some of these look pretty cool. How big are they? 32 ounce, that's good. 32 ounce. That looks different. That's 20 ounce. That's actually a better size because that's perfect for the size we use. Huh. Is it available yet? Yes, it is. Looks like it's a big lid. Yeah, big mouth. Nice. I like that. I might grab one. $45. Why the hell? I'm not shopping. I'm using the review thing I'm a part of. It's a special site we log into that we're part of, and we can see what we can get, what's available for us to pick from. So I'm checking to see if there's anything worth getting. But I also have, even though I would like to have this, I don't think it's going to sell well at $46. But now I'm curious to see what a $46 bottle means. That seems like a lot of money. Why is it going to get real busy where you're at? Red light. Well, I guess it depends on where it's made. Remember, we get spoiled by the cheap Chinese products we buy. You know, and the bottles I buy are usually 25, $30. So I guess that's only $15 more. And it does have a wide mouth, and the wide mouth is nice. Although too wide a mouth can be hard to drink out of as well. There's a zone where, okay, it's small enough to drink out of. Too big, you're good. All right. But in the middle, it hits your damn nose when you try to drink out of it. So there is a wide mouth that it's too wide without being wide enough, and you end up hitting your damn nose trying to drink out of the damn bottle. But I hate the narrow neck ones because you can't clean them. You can't get the cleaning brush in there to properly clean them out. I got so fed up trying to clean them, I threw them away because they never got cleaned. It should keep a cold drink cold for 24 hours. Most vacuum bottles are good for about a day. Obviously, as you drink more out of it, you get less time because you have more air volume inside the bottle and less thermal mass. If there isn't any other good picks, I might grab one of those bottles just to do a comparison video between the cheap ones and the expensive ones and see what the difference is. In fact, my first video will probably be on these earbuds. My first goodies, gadgets, and widgets video. What's a mono? If you're talking about the resin printer, it's a black and white screen instead of using a color screen. The black and white screen allows more light to transmit through, which means faster print time. Also, the black and white screen is more tolerant of the UV light. It passes more of the UV light instead of absorbing it. The UV light is what destroys the screen. The reason your screen on your resin printer only lasts a couple hundred hours is because of the UV light. The mono screen lasts 4 to 6 times longer. usually about 2,000 hours versus 300 to 500 hours. So it's basically life of the machine. So no more replacing LCD screens, in theory. Where am I at? We're going to go to AI and see what's available there. Oh, batteries for PlayStation something. Don't need it. USB-C hub. 4K HD capture stick. Really? Cool. Oh, I see how that works. Yes, but oh, it must capture internally. There's no space. There's your in, there's your out. Where's the space go to? But it does not work on HDCP protected material. Okay. Okay. Big corporate work. Ooh, are these individually wrapped? I'm always looking for face masks to give out to people locally, but I need individually wrapped, and these are not individually wrapped. I mean, you're not going to take a face mask from somebody who you don't know where it came from. Oh man, the cats love these things. These vibrating fish that wag their tails. The cats love those things. You gotta charge them often though. They only last for 1 to 3 days on a charge, depending on how much the cats play with them. But they absolutely love those fish. He carries it all over the place. Boy, I scored a whole bunch of vac sealing bags for my vacuum sealer. Yeah. Are you in that program, Zastafan? The one I'm talking about? You're in that same thing? Nice. Join the we have a private Facebook group. So it's called Amazon Vine USA Uncensored. Dragon Lady's not in there. So sometimes we look for new stuff in here. Ooh, fruit bars. So join that group. Well, get a Facebook account. That's not hard. I was pointing to a group. You don't know what that group's about. I want to get some of these jigsaw puzzles for Michelle, but they're so expensive. Another set of wireless earbuds. 20 bucks, they're cheapies. I got plenty of the cheapies. There's a bunch of new stuff, but nothing I want. Nothing I want or need. Go for it, dude. Post a link. Oh wow, there's a whole charcoal grill. Looks like a copy of the Weber grill, except it's 4 legs instead of 3. $80 grill though. Let's see. Yeah, somebody might be interested in that. Take a screenshot. Download that. Come on, let me go there. Oklahoma Joe Smoker Grill Combo. Cool. And that is in AI, right? What page am I? Who's Scott Worthington? That sounds familiar. Not a problem, dude. Happy victims. Ow. Yeah, I saved that 2-stepper video for later too, so I'll watch that later. We're gonna find out in a few minutes. It's at 94%. So we have 5 minutes left. And it looks fine to me. Even the itty bitty one printed. Nice. Vacation's good. So in about 4 or 5 minutes, we will see how they look. But they look fine to me. I don't see any problems. Seems like it prints just fine for me. Oh, I tend to leave it off when I'm just sitting here. This doesn't smell. It doesn't have any kind of real odor. Either that or my ventilation's good enough that I don't smell it. I mean, it has some odor. But only when I stick my nose in it do I smell it. I'll give you guys a close up. So there's the big one. Hey, something does look a little odd on that one. Unless that might just be light shadow. There's the normal size one. There's 50%, and there's 25%. Does he have the back on there? Oh, I don't think I see the keyring. There might be a bubble of resin around it. But yeah, it might just be a bubble of resin around it so you can't see the keyring. And there is the 150% one. And then later we're going to print, we'll be gone by then, but I'm going to print a 400% scale one. Isn't it amazing? You can make things so tiny. Yeah. It's addictive making things like that tiny. It's amazing. Resin is awesome. For super high detail stuff, resin's amazing. Oh, you can go way smaller. You can put a fleet of them on your pinky nail. You could print out like 5 or 6 benchies and put them on your pinky nail. Now, when you print that small, that's where higher or lower layer count comes in handy. Lower resolution or higher resolution, lower layer height. If I can get that straight out of my mouth. But that's where layer height does come in handy because like you could print a benchy this big at 0.2 millimeter layer height, but there'd be no detail. So that's where the 0.05 and 0.02 layer heights come in handy. The one thing I have trouble with resin is print in place. No, that's not bad at all. $25 for a kilogram. That's not bad. Oh, it's done. Oh, the ring is there. Definitely there. That is so tiny. I probably shouldn't have done that one at 0.2 millimeters because it's just going to be a blob basically. This came out perfect. I see no issues whatsoever with this resin. Hey, there is details there. That looks fine. Even at 0.2. That's actually pretty amazing. I do have a bit of elephant's foot though. I'm going to have to work on the offset for that. I can definitely see a tiny bit of elephant's foot. Hello, Timothy from Roswell. I went up to Espanola last night, almost 91 miles north of here, and somebody had a a painted sign for the census, which I thought was really cool. So someone had painted that. I thought that was pretty cool. Yeah, these came out fine. I got zero issues with this. Here we go. Get it all cleaned off. So there's the itty bitty one there on the end. And then it goes up through the scale. So that purple stuff works great. I don't think that's Amazon. I think that is the vendor changing the product on that page. I don't think Amazon's mixing the reviews. It already is. Resin is already as cheap. You can buy a resin printer for $250 or a color one for $159 to $200. Not yet, but he said he's going to send me them. There we go. Also, nice and handy for resin printers. You saw easily I pop them boulders right off there. Okay. Let's get the big one going. Yeah, you can get these, and the resin's dirt cheap now too. Well, not, I wouldn't call it dirt cheap, but it's as cheap as mid-grade PLA. So that's what, a quarter's worth of resin. It's really not that expensive. Even this little one actually has all the details. It'll be tough to get a picture, but the details are all there. Including, even at 0.2 millimeters, all the details are there. That's why you mix it with the tougher stuff. So if you mix the cheap resin with something like Tenacious, it becomes a whole lot tougher. Still haven't seen that Ender 5 Plus video you promised. What was I going to do with the Ender 5 Plus? Well, these are knockoffs. These look like copies of the Parrot earphones. No, you're not going to see layer lines. Again, that is a 0.2 millimeter print on a resin printer. And as you can see, it looks smooth as silk. If I can get it to focus. Will this one focus better? No, they don't like focusing this close. Let me take a picture for you. Where do you get PLA for $10? I used to be able to get it for $10, but not anymore. Okay. All right, give me a second and that'll be uploaded and I'll show you that picture. Like I said, this is about mid-grade PLA, about $30 a kilo. But remember, you're making little things, so your per print cost is real low and your waste is almost zero. What did I want to do? Yeah, 15 to 20 bucks is your typical price for PLA. 15 for the cheap stuff, $20 for the okay stuff. That's normal price for PLA. Mid-grade stuff is about 30-ish, 40-ish. Premium stuff is 50 to 80. That's crazy stuff. What did I want to do? Oh yeah, copy the file. Get that going. So slice. And that looks good to me. Do I see any problems? No, it looks okay. That looks okay. Save. 400x Marvin. That sheet's 4x. 4x Marvin keychain. And we're going to save that to here. But where are you getting PLA for $10 a kilo? The write was successful. No. Yeah, links are weird with YouTube. Sometimes it just straight up doesn't allow it. And we'll get that one printing. With resin, as always, make sure you clean off your tools when you're done, because that resin sticks around and it's messy. So now we're printing this 4 times upscale Marvin. He is 100 millimeters tall. And he is going to be hollow. Well, with these monos, it can be faster. Okay, print for print. One print for one print. Depends. Hollow prints, resin can, or FDM is going to be faster. Solid prints, resin's going to be faster. But when you start printing multiple, like I printed all 4 of these in 1 hour and 15 minutes. You're not doing that on FDM. And here's the thing though. Print time on a resin printer is, or at least this kind, yeah, this is the purple, is strictly determined by your height. So this print here is going to take 2 hours and 15 minutes to print. It's 100 millimeters tall. That's 215 or 2 hours and 15 minutes no matter what I print. I could print, one of these takes 1 hour and 15 minutes to print. 2 of them takes 1 hour and 15 minutes. 10 of them takes 1 hour and 15 minutes. So I could print 10 of these in the same hour and 15 minutes. You're not printing 10 of these, one of these on regular scale, this size, takes you 30 minutes to print with a 30 or 40 minutes to print with FDM. Because it's printing the entire layer all at once. It's not drawing the layer. It does not matter how complex the layer is. So if I can fit 10 of these on the print bed, I can print 10 of these in the same amount of time as it takes to print one of these. So for one-off prints, it's pretty close. But as soon as you start printing multiple of an object, resin gets really fast, really quick. Yeah, that's the purple, TK. Now let me bring up that picture. This wire in front of my face is driving me crazy. There it is. So you can see how damn near perfect this print is. That is the big one. And that's at 0.2 millimeter layer height. It's still a little wet on the inside, but look at the outside where it's dried some, and you can see how the layers look really smooth. And that's at a real low resolution 0.2. Oh, I would love to have a large scale resin printer. Ooh, I hope somebody sends one. Hell yeah. That's cheaper than PLA. And that's the big one. Yeah, it looks fine to me. I got no problems with that. Not what I wanted you to do. Now, of course, just like with FDM, because it is 0.2 millimeters, you can see the stair stepping here. That's where your lower layer height comes into advantage. But as soon as you get to an area where there is no stair stepping, you can see it's damn near smooth. You can just barely see the layer lines. And this is upscaled, so all this is made worse. It's pretty darn cool. The print dimensions, I believe, are 82.6 by 130.5 by 160. Yes, but the advantage of printing larger layers is speed. I printed all 4 of these in an hour and 15 minutes. On 3DRCNC, last comment. Your last comment says looks really good. Next to last. Here we go. Hobby King. Okay. So you can get it for $10 a kilogram from Hobby King if you order $70 or more. I ordered a roll of orange from Hobby King once, and that was not a good experience. I think they accidentally sent me a roll of ABS instead of PLA, even though they marked it PLA, because the parts just pulled right apart. But I think that was just a bad roll. I don't think that's indicative of a problem. I assume you're talking point 0.2 and 0.1 millimeter TK? Because yeah, because I don't think any resin printer can do a 2 millimeter layer height. But that's impressive setup. And what I'm impressed with is this itty bitty one. Let me try to get a picture of this for you guys. I don't care about the winding as long as it works. Hey, we got another PayPal. Richard Dolan sent me 20 bucks. You freaking rock, dude. And Colin sent me 20 bucks. Wow. Very generous, guys. Thank you. Again, that's Richard and Colin. They sent me 20 bucks. That is freaking awesome. Let me try to get a picture of this. Yes, I did, Zastavan. Thank you. I want to try to get a picture of this itty bitty one. It's really hard to photograph because it doesn't want to. That is not what I asked you to do. I know you can focus closer than that. Maybe it can't. Man, that is really hard to get a close picture of. Jeez. Okay, let's share it. This is at 0.2 millimeters meaning very thick layers as far as resin is concerned, and it's 25% scale. Oh, wow. Yeah, especially if you don't have the burn time right. I wonder, can it do a 0.5 millimeter layer? Can it do a 0.4? Because that would really, there are some objects I want to print where 0.4 is fine. And the speed would be incredible. So here is the itty bitty one. That is 25% scale. And that's printed with a 0.2 millimeter layer height. That is tiny. And as you can see, it still looks like a Marvin. It's still fine. Yeah, the Sonic Mini should have no problem with that. And this one should be able to as well. At that point, these things become speed demons. But that there is the itty bitty one that you can barely see on here. To give you an idea, yeah, clear would be the best because it'll take light the best. So here is all four of them together. So there is all four of them. So this right here is the 100% scale. This is 150%. This is 50% of this. And this is 50% of this. This is the LD002H. It's got a slightly bigger build volume and a monochromatic screen instead of an RGB screen. So faster prints, lower burn times per layer, and the screen should last 2,000 hours. So that right there is that 20, that looks like smaller than 25%. So 50% of this is 50%, and 50% of this should be 25%. So this should be 25%. But it looks smaller than 25%. It looks more like 10%. Unless this is 25%, which would make this 12.5%, which would be closer to right. Oh, I'm going to. Absolutely. After this one's done, I'm going to try 0.3. For your 0.2 with a 3-second burn time, so 4-second burn time should work. Maybe less. Maybe I don't. I can see here I am. You see I got a little bit of elephant's foot, so I got to work on that. I got to do a little Z offset. Go for it. I have it. I did print a 10% Benchy on one of these printers before. It is stupidly tiny. Esun PLA Plus is very forgiving. It's one of the reasons I suggest it to people for their first roll of filament because it's very forgiving of mistakes. Yeah, I'm pretty certain 0.3 will work fine with clear resin. The question is, can I do 0.3 with non-clear resin? I hope I can. I'm going to add a little more resin to this. I'm pretty sure there's enough in here, but I don't want to risk running low. So that little booger right there, and then you have this little booger over here. That's the itty bitty one. He's smaller than the full scale one's leg. Not bad. Yeah, the PLA Plus, if you're a little hot or a little cold, it's okay. If you're a little fast or a little slow, it's okay. It's very forgiving filament. Exactly. And you don't have to worry about replacing the screen in a couple hundred hours. To me, that's a pretty big deal, too. I guess I should give you guys some close-ups of these, too. Hang on. Let me get you some nice pictures. I have some pictures of this I downloaded, but I haven't taken pictures of this yet. Okay. The trick is to make sure you level the bed correctly, and you make sure you overdo it with your burn time on the first couple layers to make sure it actually sticks to the aluminum plate. Once you get it sticking to the aluminum plate, you'll stop having failures. And just remember, a resin printer has the same limitations as an FDM printer. If you need support on the FDM print, you need support on the resin print as well. And don't forget about interior support. When you hollow out a part, remember, on a regular print, the infill is basically support. It's interior support. So be careful about creating ghost islands that you're not aware of because you hollowed out the model. Meaning, don't hollow out your models until you know what you're doing. Where's your picture? Your picture link didn't come up. Infill with a resin print requires the addition of drain holes in appropriate places so you can get all the resin out from inside the print. So be careful with that. Just get one of these. When it comes to scraping off, just get one of these. I literally just put it on my resin plate and just go dink, 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 and it pops right off. There's no link at all, Caliber. Okay, here is pictures of the Eiffel Tower. You can see the crazy resolution this thing's capable of. That's not what I asked you to do. Look at that. Here's the tip. And then here is that ball. And you can see those are actually holes in the print. And they got them all. Look at that. They're squares, not hexagons. I thought they were hexagons. You see it got a little sloppy down here because you had overhangs. But still, you don't see this unless you look up in a picture. You can't really see that in real life. It's too tiny. It's more like dandruff. Well, this here, the whole point was the spaces. The whole point was the holes. It was to show the level of precision and detail that you can get with a resin printer. So the holes are on purpose to show. I mean, any printer can print a ball. This one can print a ball with microscopic holes in it. I mean, it'd be easy enough to make this without the holes. Just go into Tinkercad. You can make that up real quick. I'll show you. Oh, yeah, your message never came through. It won't link, so YouTube is filtering it. Oh, that reminds me, I need to edit this. There we go. Taller. That's for my back porch. I need to print a bigger one of those. And I can put all my Marvins inside the little bucket. Here we go. Now I got a little cup for all my Marvins. I don't have access to Twitter. So send it by Facebook or by email. Yeah, me and Twitter are not getting along. Nah, PLA. PLA Plus, a silk. It's going to be between two walls. Sunlight's never going to hit it. Water's never going to hit it. Yeah, this thing's $250. It's incredibly cheap. For a monochromatic screen printer, it's very cheap. Actually, the Sonic Mini is, I think, only $200. Not banned, but suspended, and I refuse to comply with their terms to lift the suspension, and they won't listen to the appeal. So the house is not fire safe. Do you think I really care about the plastic outlet cover? Trust me, the fire retardedness of oh, it's more expensive now. It was on sale for $199, but this has a bigger build volume. The trust me, the fire retardedness of this plastic part is completely irrelevant. Because if anything in there catches fire, the whole house is catching fire. This will be the least of your worries. I know, but it's just I live in a mobile home. These things are like tinder boxes. They catch on fire, the whole thing goes up. That's why you gotta be careful with fire with these things. They're built very light, so they burn fast. I can fix that. Mark? TK, you show up as Mark? Yeah, that looks like the same icon. There you go. It's nice. For $250, you can't argue with it. I mean, I don't know how well it's going to hold up in the long term, but it's the same as the other printer with a mono screen, and that one's holding up just fine. So I'm assuming the quality control is there. It comes with 1.6.5 Cheeto box. You just saw me load their profile and use it for the first time, and it printed just fine. I do have to work on a Z offset to get rid of the elephant's foot, but otherwise, put the Marvins in the box or you get the hose. I don't understand what that means. I think my burn time is actually too high because I'm getting a pretty solid kerthunk. Can I edit it? Yes, I can. Let's go 2.5. Why didn't it accept my change? Oh, because I didn't hit OK. 2.5. Okay. I have a feeling 2.5 will work just fine. Hex box the Marvins. Hey, that's a good idea. Where's that box at? Right underneath it. Yep, you're paying attention, Chris. So we're going to make a Marvin hex box. Oh, they fit. 100% scale Marvins fit. I just don't want people to think I'm saying this thing is the cat's meow, go buy it. I think it's probably worth it, but you can't really know a printer with 1 week's usage. So I just want people to be aware of that. You can't know a printer with 1 week's usage. So far, it's very promising. I've had 0 issues whatsoever. It seems to be working great. So yeah, this will hold Marvins. So Marvin display box. Oh yes, we have a Marvin display box. Oh, that's interesting. It's probably assuming it's a link. I got that one. OcularObscura.com/uploads/ Okay, so tell me how to parse that link. Nope, that's not going to work. Obscura, so that's obviously a .com. So Ocular obscura.com/upload/10p. So where do I put? Where's the second dot go? Oh, .jpeg. Okay, that makes sense. 404 not found. I can't patent that. There's too much prior art. I can't copyright it because it's functional. I can't trade dress it because I don't own this, and this is a generic shape, meaning I'd be shot down for the same reasons they should be shot down. Yes, I did. Just remember, the reason they're putting that on sale is because it has a color screen. Now, I believe I have the longer 10, orange 10 right there, and I believe it uses the same screen as the other resin printers, so it should be safe to buy. Just what am I missing? This is what I have so far. Excuse me. Copy. Paste. That's what I have so far, but it's not working. Is there another character or something I'm missing in that name? Oh, wait a minute. You have dot for the dot. I left the dot in there. Hold on. That's it. I had to get rid of the DOT. So here is what he was trying to show. That works. And that is your 10% scale bench. Yeah, I print smaller than that. You can print smaller than that. It's crazy. Resin is just a lot of fun for printing crazy shit like that. I can't fit the big one. Oh, actually, the big one fits too, but he's too tall. The big one fits. 150%, just barely fits, but he's too tall. It's also a good magnet storage. I got the magnets, ooh. And then I got the little tabs. Let me check. Post it on your timeline. Okay, yeah, here we go. So what he posted was a Google Maps image. That's not Google Maps, whatever it is, but that's a map image. And this is not what my house looks like. So this is a rendered image. This is my address. That's right here is my address. But this is a rendered image of some sort, or it's very old, because that is not what my roof looks like. I should have a current picture of my house right here where I can show you. Not that. Oh, I've got them moved around. Let's see. Oh, friend request. Let me go get that real quick. The tower? What tower? I haven't got a friend request yet. Make sure it's the right account. It should be this account. So a picture of me sitting in front of my door with the drone controller, blue shirt, and the bus in the background. What tower printed on the Photon Mono? Was that another picture you posted? Oh, wow. You talk about this? I love the Eiffel Tower printed in the translucent resins. It looks amazing in the translucent resins. I never tried to print the Eiffel Tower smaller. Did the hand? Oh, the hand railing did come out. Wow, that's impressive, dude. Now I want to print a tiny Eiffel Tower. I'm surprised the hand railing didn't tear. Holy crap, man. That's impressive. You'd have no detail. Even at 0.02 layer height, you'd have no detail. So here's a picture before I got the carports installed. So this is what it looks like right now, but without the carports. So I have the carport here covering that, and I have the carport here covering this. But otherwise, that's what the house looks like right now. I'm looking for a small camper that I want to park right here. This way I can plug it into the power I have here. And yeah, Anycubic Photon Mono. But this way, if something happens, if something really bad happens to my brother, I can offer him a place to live. I don't want him living in my house. I don't trust him. But I still have some, small duty to try to help him if I can. Now, my other brother Matt, he's never welcome anywhere. He voided any duty I have to protect him. Him and I are done. He showed up here, I would greet him with Mr. 12 gauge. Yeah, that's the kind of interaction we're gonna have. Bluer. Bluer V2 or Rev 2. What's the problem with it? I know about the Bluer. Vaguely. Let me see if I can find a picture with the carports. Yep. Matthew, yep, him and I are done. There is no interaction between us. No, he could croak for all I care. Oh, here we go. Yes, they did. They did send me all the parts for the Bluer. I haven't had a chance to mess with it, but the parts look fine. So this is the house as it sits now, basically. So there's the carport up front. There's the carport in the back. This is where you can see the shed starting to go up there. But that's what it is right now. Is he going to torment him? Be nice, or I'll kick your butt. You like chewing on that ball, huh? You're a good boy. I need to print one of these now. That's just too adorable. What size did you print that? Oh, as big as a TikTok container. Because now I want to print a tiny little Eiffel Tower. You know the problem you run into with resin printers is that you start. No, not yet. Nope. The big problem you run into with resin printers is you want stuff that's higher resolution. You know, you find stuff that you were happy with FDM and you realize there's not enough details. You want more details because you know the printer can do it. I think the Bluer is actually right here. That's one of the things I got to get out of here. I got to get rid of all this so I can move this table back and get that metal table in here and start getting work done here instead of being a lazy shit. Just right now, I'm doing a lot of census work because it's available. I need the money, so I'm going to take advantage of it while it's available. That's not going to work though. You're going to lose so many details. You would need a much higher resolution screen. Because a Tic Tac is really tiny. Facebook. Friend request. I recognize Tim, I recognize Rich, and I recognize Ian. There we go. I believe I also have a plus link in the description that contains links to all of my social media, so Instagram, Facebook, etc. Here's the cats from last year. Look how tiny they are. They're just so small. He is so handsome looking. Why did she send me this crap? Oh, face mask she wants. Oh yeah, if any of you guys sign up for this Ibotta, I don't know if there's any requirements. I don't know if you have to do anything, but if you meet the requirements and you use this Ibotta link, I think they're paying out $7 per referral. Take advantage of that goddamn venture capital money. Because that's the only reason they can afford to do that. They got venture capital money. Ibotta is a little different. It's not as passive. It's basically coupons. You have to look through the coupons for your store that you're going to shop at and see if there's any coupons you want to use, and then you get those back. Sometimes, though, they have full price coupons. Like they had a $2.38 coupon for Lay's potato chips, and the bag of potato chip was $2.68. So it was 30 cents for the bag of potato chips. Yes, please. It's another couponing passive income app. So whenever I go shopping, for food, I always check Ibotta first. Like, let's check it now, since I'm going to be placing a Walmart order later. So if we go to Smith's, what do they have? It looks like they have a 25-cent coupon again for receipt and bananas. So I'll take that. I'm going to get a couple bananas, so I'll take that on my computer. And they also have a shredded cheese bonus, which I didn't get. I did get it. I did get the shredded cheese bonus. So I'll probably get a little more mozzarella cheese, so I might as well get 25 cents off on it. So when I go shopping today, I'm going to buy a couple bananas. I'm going to scan a receipt, and I'm going to get a bag of shredded cheese. So that's 75 cents cash back I'll get. So I'll take it. Anything else good? Nothing there. Hunt's ketchup for 25 cents. But I get Hunt's ketchup at Dollar Tree for $1. So if it's more than $1.25, it's not worth it. I might try this Prego Farmers Market sauce. So, if I get one, I'll get 25 cents off. Let's see, anything else that I want? Ooh, Taco Bell sauce. I might try that. Again, 25 cents. Do I have a Life Hacker channel? No, most of this stuff will be on Life of Nerys. And the links are down in the description. So if you guys want a way now, if you guys want a way to give me money without costing you a dime, okay, anybody who hasn't already, click on my Fetch link down below and use that link to download the Fetch app on your phone. It's basically a receipt scanning app. You get 25 points for every grocery receipt you scan. 1,000 points get you $1. So every 40 receipts get you $1. But they also have bonuses all the time. So if you buy Lay's potato chips, you get an extra 50 points per bag. If you get Ben & Jerry's ice cream, you get extra points. They got bonus programs to get more points. I've already gotten $125 from it. Hell yes. And that's how I got all that cat food right there. But if you sign up for that using my link and you scan a receipt, you gotta scan one receipt. I get $2. Free and clear. I get $2. So if 20 of you were to go and sign up and scan a receipt, that's $40 in my pocket. It didn't cost you a penny. Ibotta, it's $7. Now the thing is, I don't know what the conditions are. Like, what do you have to do in order for me to get the $7? Do you have to claim a coupon, or do you just have to sign up? I don't know. Do you have to hit a threshold? I don't know. Well, that's what I do. When you live cheap, you gotta find little ways to make money. If you guys want to know the ways to make money, I make a little bit of money on Fetch. I'm probably gonna make $150 a year. Hey, $150 a year pays for a summer electric bill. I'll take it. All right. Hell, it pays my water bill for 4 months. Pays my water bill for 4 months. I'll take it. Ibotta, not as much. In the beginning, you get a bunch of bonuses, but it's all little tiny bonuses. 25 cents here, 50 cents there. But hey, it's free money. I have a program called Field Agent. I got to see if they do referrals too. See if I get credit for referrals for those too. Field Agent is little jobs you do, and they pay you. So one common job I do is a recycle bale audit. I do it because it's right here over at Walmart, 1 mile away. I go there, I take a picture of the cardboard bales and the mixed plastic bales, I count them, I send them pictures, and they pay me $3. Well, one time they said, hey, go to Burger King in Albuquerque, buy a, Impossible Burger, tell us what you think of it, take a couple pictures, we'll pay for the burger, and we'll pay you $7.50. Yes, please, free lunch, and it only cost me $3 in electricity to go to Albuquerque, so I'm making $4.50. So I made $4.50 after paying for the fuel to go to Albuquerque, and I got a free sandwich. Okay. Another one is Easy Shift. Easy Shift is like field agents. They pay you to do jobs, but the jobs are much more involved. Like the one job I did, man, my calves were burning when I was done that job. I had to walk around Smith's for an hour and a half taking pictures of every single drink display in the entire store. But I made $28 for an hour and a half's work, and I was already there in the store shopping. So I made $28. So it's these little things you can do to make a little extra cash. They might not be around forever because who knows when their venture capital is going to run out, and are they going to be profitable when that happens? Who knows? But for now, they're spending venture capital money to draw people in, and well, you guys can help me get that money at no cost to you. It's a win-win. So is Field Agent even available on the computer? I don't think so. I don't even know if they have a website. I think this is no, this is different. I thought maybe this was the other end of Field Agent, who's paying them to go have us go do these jobs, but I think this is completely different. This is nothing like what I'm doing. I think so. Let me know. I don't know what the actual requirements are. I think you have to do it from a computer. I'm not sure. Oh no, it brings you up to a sign-in page. So I will try it, and I'll let you know if I get credit. Now, like for example, Fetch, you have to scan a receipt. You can't just sign up and download the app. You actually have to interact with it a little bit. So you have to scan one receipt, and then I get the credit. I get the $2 almost instantly. Like you could scan the receipt, and I can go click, and there's the 2,000 points, which is $2. Sometimes, like last week, they have bonuses where you get more points. Like last Wednesday, they had a bonus thing. Now it's still just regular. You just get the 2,000 points, which is $2. Ibotta says it's $7 per, which is huge. I mean, if 10 of you signed up, that's $70. But I don't know what the terms are. If you click on the link, it should fill it in. Like this should have worked. So that's not working. Why isn't that working? Hang on. Ibotta account, invite friends. Okay, it looks like the referral code is CPE YSWX. YSWX. Now, why didn't that work as a link? Is Facebook stripping the link? Because that has the code. If the link I create has the code. So Facebook might be stripping the link. Let me see if I can fix that. Sent. Join me on Ibotta. Copy link location. Let me see if I can fix the Facebook link. Edit post. Okay, it looks good to me. I just corrected the post on Facebook. So it should be this link here. Yeah, that's got the code at the end of it. So that link there will be the referral link for Ibotta. And you can see here in September, mostly because of all the bonuses. They give you a whole bunch of bonuses your first month, to get you using the app. But I got $60.37 out of Ibotta. You can't really see that. Now it slows down big from there, but it says lifetime $72. And every time you reach $20, you can withdraw it, and they actually deposit it right to your bank account. Your Easy 3 X1 outperforms your bluer? No way. What's the problem you're having, Daryl? Most of the time, it's bed leveling. You'd really be surprised how often it comes down to that. So start here and go to 3DP Basics and click on the bed leveling video. It's about a 45-minute video that explains bed leveling, how to do it, how to recognize it, and the theory behind it. Once you understand how bed leveling works, it's really not that difficult. So if you're new to 3D printing, start there. Right here, bed leveling basics. It's a 46-minute video. And that will explain most of what you need for bed leveling. Start there. Or just enter the code, the CPEYSWX. Just enter that referral code, and it'll do the same thing. The biggest reason a printer will go out of level is because there's two reasons a printer will go out of. There's two common reasons a printer will go out of level. Reason number one, it's not zeroing to the same point every time. So when the printer comes back down to zero, it's not zeroing correctly. That's usually a problem with the limit switch. So either it's a shoddy limit switch and it doesn't click at the same point every time. That's partially why printers will come down fast and then go back up, and they'll come down slow and click again. They're trying to get a more accurate representation of when that switch activates to set your 0 point. The other reason you could be having a zero problem is if your bed springs are too loose. So the bed of the printer is being suspended by 4 springs. If those springs are too loose, it will allow the wheels to vibrate, and those wheels will actually slowly turn as they're vibrating. So you need those springs to be under compression. You want those springs squished as tight as possible. And the way you do that is you tighten all 4 springs all the way down, right? You find the highest corner of the bed. The highest corner of the bed becomes the lowest you can make it, because usually one corner will be higher than the rest. Usually whichever corner has your tension relief. So usually that back left corner. And then you raise the other 3 corners to be close to that corner. Then you lower the limit switch for the Z-axis down to bring the nozzle closer to the printer, but not too close. You need a little bit of wiggle room so you can get your bed level. Also be careful, make sure the gantry is not going to hit nothing. Like on the Ender 3, I think, you can only bring it down so low before the triangles on the end of your x-axis hit the stepper motors. So you can't bring it down too low. But you want to bring it down as low as possible so those springs are as compressed as you can make them while still giving you a little bit of adjustment. If those springs are compressed tighter, they're putting more force on those adjustment knobs. And more force means those adjustment knobs will be less likely to drift on their own. Also, remember that the first time you level your bed, it might not be truly level yet, because you may have been live adjusting it and you got it to work, but that was after the squishing it did to get working. So stop, scrape clean, start again, do a live level again, make sure you're spot on, and then you should be good to go. Also, make sure that definitely don't be aggressive. You do not want to sit there with the scraper they included with that printer and be like, because you're going to whack everything up. See that at 3D RCNC? So one of the tools that I suggest using, holy crap, that thing is big. And it is printing fast. We're already at 41%. Wow. Look at this. That is one big Marvin. Oh, that's awesome. And 2.5 is working just fine. So this can do opaque filaments at 2.5 second layer time at 0.2 millimeter. So what you want is a tool like this. It's linked down below in my 3D printing parts, tools, and accessories on my Amazon page. It's a Stanley 1-inch folding chisel. And you would take this and you just tap, tap, tap to remove your parts. I have a whole, actually I don't have that on my page. I just realized that I don't have the part removal video on my page. And no, I do not. I need to add that to my 3D Pre Basics page. I have a whole video just on part removal. There's a second tool you need that's basically a cake icing knife, but the advantage is it's real flexible like this. So you can get under the prints. I suggest going with like a wham bam plate. This way you never have to jam on your bed to remove a part. You pop the plate off and go click and the print pops off. It's really nice. That's basically it. Watch the bed leveling basics video first. Hey V-Rich, today we are going over the prints that I made last week on the mono resin printer. We also printed 4 new Marvins in 4 different scales, from 150% scale to 100% scale to 50% scale, and then to itty bitty little 12% scale that I can't even put down on top of him because he is so tiny. There he is. All at 0.2 millimeter layer height, and they're pretty great. And now we're printing a 400% Marvin at 0.2 millimeter layer height in 2 hours. Yeah. They work the same. The Creality magnet is not as strong, and the Creality plate is not as clean or as thick as the Wham Bam, but functionally they are identical. I prefer the Wham Bam because of the stronger magnet and the thicker plate. Beyond that, they're basically the same thing functionally. Ender's doing good. He's actually sleeping up on the cat tree. So there's the 2 kittens, and Noel's up top there. You can just see his head sticking out there, and Ender is right below him. They like sleeping on the cat tree. I got several more cat trees I got to build. I want to put them all around the house so they always have a place to go. And but yeah, don't be rough with it. Removing parts. Make sure those springs are tight. Make sure you live level. Follow my video on live leveling the printer. And bring down your Z limit switch as much as you can within reason to keep those springs as tight as possible. Once you get past make sure you select the coupons first. Hey, it says you signed up. So you do have to use the app. So you do have to use it once, but that's pretty easy. They have they usually have an intro offer where you get a bunch of points if you scan your first receipt. So it's kind of like the same thing. Now, Ibotta is a little different. When you scan a receipt for a particular coupon, you also have to scan the UPC of whatever it is you're getting a coupon for. So, for example, today when I go to the store, here we go. When I go to the store today to get my cheese, because I make the little pizzas. So when I go to claim that 25-cent coupon, when I get home, they're going to ask me to scan the UPC. So it'll open up the camera app, and I'll just bring up the UPC, and bleep, and it gets it, and that's it. I guess that's to make sure people don't make up their own receipts and just say, hey, I got it. So yeah, once you use it to scan your first receipt or whatever, I'll get the $7. So thank you. That's a real easy, cheap way to send me $7. Yes, he's sending me one for the Creality printers. Perfect. So it's basically free money. Once you have $20 worth, they'll put it right in your bank account. So just like any other payment site, routing number, checking account number, and then when you have enough, you click redeem, and it ACHs you the $20 in your bank account, which I prefer. From Fetch doesn't. You have to get gift cards, but they do allow Amazon gift cards, which is perfect. I buy everything on Amazon. I buy everything from Amazon, so that works for me. But Ibotta is direct to your bank account, which is even better because that's cold hard cash. Yeah, that is so weird that YouTube or Facebook does weird things with links. And there's that link for Ibotta again. So you click that, sign up, use it once, and I get $7. That's free money, baby. What if I said it was level? I'd say you think it's level, it's not. If the print is not sticking to the bed, you're not leveled. Remember, level is not the right word. Technically, leveling is the wrong word. The correct word is tramming. So your printer has a print bed, and you're printing on that print bed. So you actually have two planes. The bed forms one plane. Oops. The bed that you're printing on forms one plane, and the virtual plane is also formed by the motion of your XY axis that moves on a plane. Those two planes need to be aligned with each other so they're parallel on both X and Y, and your offset between your nozzle and your bed needs to be the correct amount so that the filament actually sticks when you print it. So that process is called tramming. You are tramming the virtual plane formed by the kinematics of the nozzle and the actual plane, the bed you're printing on, and you're bringing them into alignment. On top of that, the conditions have to be correct for the plastic to stick. So I tell people, run your first layer at 30% speed and 220 Celsius. You want that first layer to be slow, hot, and sticky. After the first layer, whatever temperature you're comfortable with. Nice. It just said Chris signed up for Ibotta. So if both of you use it, meaning you now remember, you have to actually add the coupon first before you go to the store. Well, before you scan the receipt. You have to add the coupon before you scan the receipt. You can't do it afterwards. And if both of you do that, that's $14. Hell yes. Right here. It's free money. You're taking venture capitalists free money. And then you could do the same thing. You get your friends to sign up, you get $7 for each one. It's like a no-brainer. But don't forget, you have to actually use it. Both Fetch and Ibotta. I don't get the credit until you actually use the app one time. After that, you can just delete it if you want. Or keep it and save some money. It's not a lot of money, but it's little bits. I only see a clean white page with nothing on it. It might be because you're in Germany. When you click on it, you should come to this page here. So it should bring you to this. And then this code, you would have to, I don't think you have to put that code in. I think it's already in there. Yes, it is. See how the code's part of the link right here? So that link is working. So there it is right there. Code equals CPESWX. So that is my referral code right there. So that is working. Yes, I think it is. Let me check. Fetch, because it actually shows me. Actually, you come up as JG, yes. The only ones that haven't gone through is Dodson. He hasn't scanned a receipt yet, so I haven't got the 4,000 points from him yet. And Jose R. He hasn't scanned a receipt. Everybody else has. You guys have helped me get $56. That's 56,000 points, which would be $56. So you guys help pay for most of that cat food. It might be a US only kind of thing. I don't know. Yes, I do. If you look in the description, I have a plus link, and it'll take you to my Facebook page, where you can just search for Chris Taylor Jr. and just make sure you're signing up, a friend requesting this guy here. That's my ugly mug. David Houghton, who are you? Are you one of the people who's watching right now? There you go. That's $4.50. Hell yeah. I don't have the Prusa, so I honestly don't know. But they're basically all the same. They're all using a UV light shining through an LCD screen. So you're going to get virtually identical results with all of them. Oh, there you are. I'm a bit picky about who I accept for friends anymore, so I make sure I actually know the person. It's built into the link. You can type it in again if you want, but it's built into the link. So if you look further up in the link, if you look in your address bar, you'll see code equals CPEYSWX. That means the referral code is in there. You don't have to put it in twice. If you click on that link, it'll work. It did not come out. Oh no, it doesn't fill it in here. This will stay empty. That's fine. But if you look up top here, it says ibotta.com/register friend code equals. As long as that's there, you're fine. If not, just go ahead and put that code in. But that right there is the code if it, for whatever reason, doesn't work. I should probably update that to include that. Well, just in case, just punch that code in. There we go. Save. I updated the listing with that information too. Artillery. Oh, you mean X1? Artillery X1. Ooh, they're both good machines. The Ender 5 Plus is going to have a bigger build volume and a stronger frame. That's working. Yeah, well, a hard crash. Windows just dumped. Blue screen, hard crash. OBS does that. I don't know why. It's random. And I'm having trouble getting the one camera to come back. Yeah, for whatever reason, every now and then, the one camera just doesn't want to come back. I don't know why. Yeah, see, it's just black screen. I don't know why it does that. It's an OBS thing. Let me try a different USB port. Oh, Jesus, come on. Stop messing with me. I gotta get this going on my desktop again. There it is. Now we're back in business. Focus. Focus, you fuck. You guys recognize who says that? I don't know why changing USB ports seemed to fix it. It's weird. Now, what did I miss? Oh, we were talking about the Ender 5 Plus and the AVE. He's great. The Ender 5 Plus and the Artillery X1. Now, the Ender 5 Plus has a better frame. The Ender 5 Plus has no ribbon cables, which can be a problem. And the Ender 5 Plus has a bigger build volume. The Artillery X1, however, is a fantastically designed machine, and it's usually pretty affordable. I mean, I don't know if maybe it's not on sale anymore, but it's usually a lot cheaper than the Ender 5 Plus. So you got a slightly smaller build volume, but a nicely made machine. Yeah. The X1 is one of the nicer machines out there. My only complaint is the ribbon cables. They sometimes fail. Not too often, but they do sometimes fail. As long as you don't have that issue, very good quality machine. I would probably lean toward the Plus simply because it's got the cube frame, which is going to be much stiffer. It's not a bed slinger, so it's not slinging that big giant bed back and forth. It's just lowering the bed, which is going to be more stable for larger prints, and it has a bigger build volume. If you're talking about a first printer, go with the Ender 5, not the Ender 5 Plus. Just get the Ender 5. Oh, why do I keep yawning? Yep, I have an Etsy shop. Actually, I got to adjust those listings. I am currently out of the one thing, the cards. I gotta make up more of the cards. This Marvin is so big. It's so big. Oh, third printer, then you'll be fine. I agree. I would probably lean toward the Ender 5 Plus just because I like the idea of not slinging the bed. It makes printing more stable. What do you see, baby? Huh? You see something interesting? He's looking out the door. He's seeing something. Resin level's fine. This is hollow, so it's only going to use about 60 grams of resin. So we're okay for resin level. Yes, because it was going to take 316 grams of resin if I didn't hollow it. So yeah, I hollowed it. Oh, really? That's interesting. That's a nice collection of printers, buddy. 2, 3, 5, and a 10? Nice. Oh, nice. Where he's moving the entire gantry instead of just the bed. Oh, I love watching him. I love watching his stuff. I mean, this would be cool printed solid in a clear resin, because then you can kill people with it. It would weigh damn near a pound. But no, there's no point in making it solid. So he's hollow. I love I love proper printing. Here he is. He probably doesn't need my help. Nope, he has more subscribers than I do. But he has great stuff on his channel. The A20M is nice. I like the A20. I had quality control issues with the A10M. It was very cheaply made, but the A20M was nice. Hi, kitty. So this is his channel here. I'm guessing we're talking about this video. CR10 S5 in a heated chamber. Oh, that's badass. I've got to dig out my S5. I need my S5. I would like to play with that. I heard it's prone to jamming, but that you know, it's just profile tweaking. And I also have a Teespring store too, so I have t-shirts, including an Eat the Politician shirt. Oh, really? He did that? I wonder why I don't get more of his videos in my queue. Because I watch every one of his videos that shows up. I got to get my S5 going again so I can print big. I want to print another one of those collapsing baskets, but with a 1.2 millimeter nozzle. I have a nickel-plated copper 1.2 millimeter volcano nozzle, so I got to put a volcano hot end on my S5 so I can start printing really big. Well, I want to get a couple of 400 by 400 or larger printers set up so that I can do like my big giant prints, like like her. So I can do more of those prints, but do them faster. So those prints are usually 4 or 5 pieces. So if I have 5 printers with 1.2 millimeter nozzles and large enough build volumes set up, so I have the Chiron, I have the S4, which I still need to fix, and I have the S5, that's 3, and I could probably fit a few pieces on my Ender 5 Plus, that's 4. So that means those prints usually take about a day per piece. So a 5-piece print would take a week. While if I had 4 or 5 printers set up, I can do one of these prints in a day and a half. You know, I could start one now, and tomorrow night the 5 pieces would be done, and just put them together and make the big print. That's full scale. So that's a little over 5 feet tall. I try to get it as close to her actual height as possible, so that's life size. Well, that's why I prefer to use fake textile build surfaces, because then I can turn the heat bed off. I like scaring my victims. Yes. You see my 3-foot tall Zelda? I think I have pictures I can show you. Is this it? Yeah. So here's that's a almost 3 kilogram Zelda. Very heavy. And that's about 2.5, 3 feet tall. Then I have a full scale, the child. And then you could probably just see him right back here. Right back behind where is it? Right here? Right there. That's a 4-foot tall Captain Planet. Yeah, that's Naomi Wu. And do I have any other prints? There's my precious cat, which I will never give up. That came from, what's her name? The lady who printed this. I forget her name. On my CRX, I printed a giant, totem guy here. I would love to print an R2-D2 eventually. And then some of my rockets. These are some of the rockets that I print with my printers, including modular rockets, high-powered rockets. This here is this nose cone I didn't print. I designed it and they printed it for me. This nose cone is printed out of Ultim 1010. So you know that PEI print surface you print on? Well, this is printed in PEI. Very, very high temperature. And the same with the centering rings, Ultim 1010, and what's the other one? Peak, P-E-K. Yeah, Josh from Alien 3D. Yeah, he's awesome. This was that Earth. Well, the last Earth, last year before the pandemic crap went into effect. Not yet, but I should be having it on the way to me, so I'll be trying it out on the Creality printers and the Mars. And yes, she does. I can't touch SpaceX, but I can build my model stuff. You want to see somebody doing cool crap in model rocketry? What's his name? Oh, what the hell's the guy's name? Hang on, I'll find it. BPS, there it is. So check this guy out, bps.space. He has thrust vector control systems. So this has all kinds of onboard computers and no fins. It actually tilts the motor. It vectors, gimbals the rocket motor itself to keep it stable, just like the real ones do. And he's working on making one land, and he's getting close. Like land under power. Like he lights a rocket motor and lands it. He's getting close. He's so freaking close. But the stuff he does is amazing. There it is. There's that thrust vector nozzle there. He does it with his own custom designed computer. Absolutely amazing. The stuff he does makes me look like a chump in rocketry. But he is bps.space, and he has a YouTube channel as well. Well, just go to one of his videos. There you go. So it is, no, that's motherboard. Where's his videos? Is it here? Yeah, bps.space on YouTube. There it is. Yeah, if you want to geek out on some rocketry, no. I went to school for 2 years for aerospace engineering at Virginia Polytech, but I dropped out for lack of money. I refused to get a loan, and when I ran out of money, that was it. But yeah, he is just it's awesome. Yeah, all solid fuel rockets. So if you want to geek out on some space rocket stuff, check out his channel. You won't regret it. I can't believe how big this thing is. Oh my god. That's a big Marvin. For scale, here's 100%. That's 100% Marvin. He's a big boy. I've never used a hybrid rocket motor, but yes, we do still have people who fly hybrids. And you can use almost anything for the other half of the hybrid. We've had people use salami. It kind of worked. I've made bigger Marvins with the 1.2 millimeter nozzle, but it's around here somewhere. It's gigantic. It's like this. Actually, no, it's quite a bit bigger than that. It's like this big. Yeah, it's about that big. Yes, he's hollow. It would have printed in exactly the same time, hollow or not, but it uses 300 grams less resin hollowed. Yeah, they tend to have that fart-like sound. You know that. As the rocket went up, yeah, they tend to sound like that. There's probably some videos. He's probably getting hungry. Let's see. Trying to find a good. Oh, here's a nitrous oxide paraffin launch. That sounded pretty normal, actually. I guess when they get larger, they just sound normal. Yeah, I saw you left a message there. Hmm. Isn't the bluer direct drive personal spacecraft? A couple hundred years. Yeah, the whole thing, they bring it out, the trail, the launch rail built into it. I forgot that was even still playing. The isn't the bluer direct drive? Yeah, level 3 is a little expensive. I got my level 2 as well. Actually, I can show you. So this is my level 2 flight. This rocket is what actually caused me to look into 3D printing. Because that freaking nose cone right there cost me $50. Yeah, I see the photos. Isn't the bluer direct drive? But that's my level 2 rocket taking off on a K550. I have this video, but it ejected the camera. So that's all you get. The camera got ejected out the side of the rocket like a cannonball. So it's a good thing I had 2 cameras on board, because that is the same flight as this. And he actually managed to catch my rocket from my glider. So we had my glider up in the air. And you can actually see it take off. See it right there? So he just managed to catch it taking off. That is not what I asked you to do. What the fuck are you? This thing needs to... So if you watch the upper left-hand corner, you can just see it take off. Actually, I can slow that down, can't I? Play. 0.25. So right here is where it is, I think. Nope, it's up here. So it's up here. Yeah, that pad right there, I think. There it goes. Now, right here. There it goes. There it is taking off. And here's the shaft. I think he got it coming down on the parachutes as well. There it is. You just see it. Ah, he jumped in. You see it in the bushes. There it is. Landed in the only tree within 1,000 feet. Thankfully, the tree was only 2 feet tall. But that was my level 2 certification flight. Yes, Aerotech K550. Oh, the strobe rockets are amazing. Yeah, but those nose cones, that $50 nose cone, is why I got into 3D printing. I said I was never paying $50 for a nose cone ever again. So now let me look up something here. Hang on. Oh, you. Okay, it's not direct drive. Now, are you possibly using your direct drive profile for your X1 on your bluer? Because that's not going to work. The bluer is a Bowden tube printer. Yeah, probably ABS. Who cares when I can print another one for 10 cents? But you got to make sure you're using a Bowden profile for the bluer, so make sure you have enough retraction. Because I see a lot of stringing on that print you sent. I also see a lot of extrusion issues too. That's the, wait a minute, that's the bottom. I can't really see a whole lot in this one. Oh, that had a lot of support on it. You got to print something simple. I'm looking at your pictures on Etsy. Print something simple like a Benchy or a Marvin. Like make a Marvin 200% scale and print that. So no support. And let's see what we're looking at, because the pictures are a bit blurry. They're not well lit. And I can't really see what I'm looking at. Like this one here, I see lots of support removal on a print that doesn't need support. That print does not need any support. So you were printing a lot of support you didn't need. Although I need better pictures, but it looks like you might be printing too hot. I mean, that it could just be low resolution. That print looks really melty. But start off with no support only prints. Don't print anything with supports until you've got the printer working correctly. Then start working with supports. That's fine. It's got 32 minutes left. You know something? We might as well just keep going until that's done. I had some other stuff I wanted to do today, but that's all right. We'll do this. Because now I want to see it finished. What else do I got here? I have not, but I did buy a dye set. You know, the set of alcohol dyes, the inks. So I am going to play with that. Because, I mean, have you seen the results some of these people are getting by post dyeing their clear prints? Wow. I mean, some of these guys are getting prints that are just amazing. Definitely makes me want to print a couple of dragons in resin and try dyeing them, that's for sure. Uh-oh. Make sure it didn't get unplugged, including the inside the box. Make sure the plug wasn't loose and didn't pop out. So check both ends of the plug going to the LCD screen. If that doesn't fix it, you've probably got a bad LCD screen. That happens. But check both ends of the wire in the brain box and behind the screen. Make sure both ends are plugged in. Sometimes a plug comes halfway pulled out, you know, from shipping. Then you probably have a bad screen. You know, the only way to test it is to replace it with a known good screen. That's the only way to test it. That is one very big Marvin. Oh, you can see it now. It's so big. You can see it in the wide video. Holy crap, that's a big Marvin. Yeah, if you verified the cables are good, it's a bad LCD screen. Or bad brain board. That's the good thing about Amazon. You send it back and get another one. And now I don't know if they do it with everybody. I know with me they do it, but they'll allow you to cross ship. I guess it depends on who sent it and how it's sent. But a lot of the times now, if you ask for a replacement, they'll actually ship the replacement before you've sent the other one back. As long as you know, obviously you get charged twice if you don't send it back. And of course, they'll send a UPS guy out to pick it up. It's very nice. Just make sure you're there for UPS because they only come out once. If you miss them the one time they come out, you've got to take it to a UPS place and send it. Boy, he loves sleeping up top there. He's such a good boy. The cat's just chilling in the. They're such good cats. We got so lucky with these cats. They're friendly with each other. They're friendly to us. They're very good mannered, good behaved. They're just good cats. Yeah, but it's nice when they come to your door and get it. You don't have to drive anywhere. Especially since the nearest Kohl's to me is 40 miles that way. Although I do have a UPS store here in town, I think. Well, you do need to box it up. Obviously, you got to put it in a box, but you don't have to print a label. The UPS guy will come with a label. Usually, I tape a piece of paper on saying UPS return, so the UPS guy knows, that's what he's got to get. I know. There's some people who might live a half a mile from a Kohl's. They might work at Kohl's, so that'll work for them. That'd be pretty cool. Make them light up. You don't have to box it at all. They'll take care of boxing it. Freaky. Okay. I guess if it's something that's really hard to box up, that'd be convenient. We are at the top of the forehead, so we're printing the dome now. That's incredible. I don't think I've ever. Well, actually, I did get a good deal at Kohl's once. They had overstuffed pillows for like $2 a piece. I bought like four of them for the household when everybody was alive and living in the same house. I got everybody pillows because they were so cheap. It was like $2.26, and it was Kohl's. I think it was Kohl's. I think that's the only time I ever shopped at Kohl's. Just never had a reason otherwise. Huh? Cool. Any kitty food? Let's see if there's any kitty food. Nothing in RFY. But I want to see if not. It's still 75 items, so probably nothing new. I want kitty cat food. My kitty cats are hungry. Nope, nothing new. Boo hoo hoo. Nothing new. What was that other store I went to once? Was it Old Navy? Yeah, I don't think it was Old Navy. I think it was something else. Who's this? Well, whoever it is hung up, which means they were probably a scammer. So F them. But I know the one, it was a discount. No, it was not Old Navy. What was it? The store might still exist. It was a discount clothing store. 87015. Oh, yes. And I have the A team as my doorbell, too. um, I don't remember Egg Harbor's zip code. I forget it. 08215. Okay. So it's going to be down here. Where is it going to be? Here's the Taco Bell. I think it's down here. Let's look for Big Lots. It's in the shopping center with the Big Lots. There it is. Foreman Mills. Foreman Mills was the store. I have a doorbell that you can upload MP3s to. Hang on. You don't know about this. You're going to love this. I will get you a link. It's got a little remote that you put on the outside, and it's got a speaker box on the inside, and you put MP3s on it. It would help if I spelled it right. Why isn't this working? Is it one word? Yes, it is. It is the... Oh, and it's dirt cheap, too. I think I paid more than that for it. Nope, same price. Okay. It's 30 bucks, and you can upload MP3s to it. You plug it into your computer, and you copy an MP3 to it. And it's $32. I even custom designed a 3D printed mount to mount it to the wall. So all I have to do is pop it off and change the batteries if I need to. Batteries last for years, apparently. It's been over a year, and the batteries are still good. Yeah, that's awesome. I love that doorbell. That should be under my household list. Let me make sure it's there. Household. It is now. But yeah, I love that doorbell. And it's loud, too. I optimized the MP3. I boosted the volume. I made it mono. I cleaned it up. I cut it exactly the way I want. So it's real nice. It's got a whole bunch of built-in sounds. Or you can plug it into your computer. It'll show up as a thumb drive, and you can copy your own audio file over onto the unit. And it is awesome. In fact, the only way they can make this better is if it had a Bluetooth connection where I could just go blip, blip, blip and send a file to it. That's the only way you can make it better. But I am totally okay with the thumb drive aspect of it because it means that battery life is really, really long. I think it takes like 4D cells or 4C cells or something like that. Yeah, it says battery life on 4C cells up to 5 years. Hello, yes. And it's just a 2032 for the dinger on the outside on the door. Let me show you this. So here, there's the little dinger. It goes on the outside. Here's the unit there. But it's loud as balls too. For people who can't hear, it's got the light. I turn that off because it saves power. But you have the light and it has flashers up here. So people who are deaf, they can see the thing going off. Real nice. You get it new and used for $26. So a lot of people don't know about this. Especially for relatively safe items like this. If you look down here, see how it says buy used $26.82. It's still prime shipped. It's basically a return from Amazon, and you can save $5. Yeah, I love that. Yeah, I still got to cover up the hole where that was on mine. Actually, I think I mounted it over the hole. I'll have to check. Yeah, I think I mounted it over top of the hole that the old transformer one was in. You know, with a 5-year battery life, who cares? They have plug-in ones, but for 5 years in one set of batteries, who cares? It has mounts, but those mounts are a pain in the butt because you got to mount them in something, and I had a hole in my wall that I wanted to cover up, so I made a 3D printed mount for it so that I could um, so that I could just slide it right in, take it out when I need to. But also, that mount allowed me to position it exactly so it covered up the hole from the original doorbell. But yeah, it should have the standard holes on the back for you to slide it onto the 2 screws that you put in the wall. You know, but I just prefer the click, slip it in mount. No, I'll show you real quick. Hang on. While I'm at it, I can throw away this garbage. Anything I want. So here's my doorbell. I custom made this mount. This is Knight's War Red. Alien 3D color, really nice. So it's just a simple mount. The point is, I can cover that. Oops, I don't want to do that. I can cover up that hole that was there. That's where the original transformer doorbell mounted. That allowed me to have, I was able to put the holes in it to use the original screw holes that went into that mount. So it's securely mounted there, and it completely covers that original hole and uses it as a mount. We are Groot. So the original doorbell had like an electrical box, like a in the wall box, and that box had 2 screw holes. So I designed this mount to cover that box and to give me to use those existing holes to mount my box. And by doing that, hang on. Yeah, you probably could. I think we're up to the top of the head now. So here's the mount. So this little 3D printed thing using Knight's War Red, and the speaker just sits inside of it. But the point is, it covers this. and it uses the actual mounting holes for that cover plate to mount this plate. And that, here's a little video.
So here's my doorbell. I custom made this mount. This is Knight's War Red, I think. That alien 3D color, really, really nice. So it's just a simple mount. But the point is, I can cover that. Oops, I don't want to do that. I can cover up that hole that was there. That's where the original transformer.
And this also leaves the wiring for the original doorbell intact. So if someone wants to, if I sell this house later and they want to put the doorbell back, it's all still there.
And so it's securely mounted there, and it completely covers that original hole and uses it as a mount for the new one.
So that's why I did that. Hi, kitty. He wants food. No, you can't have food. You already had food. Yeah, you greedy little fuck. Yeah, the doorbell's awesome. I love the doorbell. Oh, you want to see something a little crazy? No, let's cancel that. Can I put my hard drive in? Maybe? No? Do I have another USB port here? I don't think that's a USB port. Yes, it is. Now I'm going to download some of my videos. Don't you scratch me. I will bite you. I was following this one guy. He had an IBC tote full of water in a little trailer behind his truck. And a truck trailer behind his truck. You know, when they take the bed of a truck and turn it into a trailer. Well, the suspension was broken on the trailer, and I cannot believe this thing didn't flip over. I really can't believe it didn't flip over. Meow. These are all the clips that I make for Life of Nerisse. Hi, baby. Hi. You just want attention? No, you want food. That's what you want. Yeah. Watch this guy make the turns.
Oh yeah, that trailer is very unstable. Holy shit. Watch him make this turn.
Now watch when he makes...
Not so bad to the right.
Watch when he goes left.
So he goes left.
Oh, shit! I thought he was going to dump that.
Shit.
I think you get one more shot of it tipping. Watch, watch. Look at that. Oh, almost lifted the wheel off the ground.
It's gone. He's got a little pickup truck trailer bed. And the suspension's almost gone on it.
So a lot of people don't realize just how heavy water is. Water's over 8 pounds a gallon. That means that IBC weighs over 2,000 pounds. Not counting the mass of the IBC, which is over 100 pounds by itself, and not counting the mass of the trailer. So he's probably got close to 3,000 pounds on that hitch back there. It's, well, here it's, we use gallons, so it's a little over, I think it's like 8.1 pounds per gallon. So you do the math, an IBC, well, if the tank's full, you don't need baffling. It's when it's half full that's a problem, but his was full. So what was it? 8.1 times 275 gallons. That's 2,227 pounds. That's over a ton in that container. I was thinking about making a little trailer to go get water so I can get, you know, soft water that's not hard. And I realized I don't have a trailer that can hold that much weight, except the big giant one I have out back. When I didn't realize 300 gallons weighed so much. It's like, wow. But yeah, that crap's heavy. I wonder if he even noticed. I don't even know if he noticed it. Now, in that case, I think the suspension on the trailer was broken. Because you can see it didn't tip so bad to the right. But when he went left, man, that trailer went, yeah. But he had to notice the weight pulling it. Well, he had a big pickup truck. So he might be used to hauling, 2,000-pound trailers. So that might not feel like much weight behind him. But how do you not notice it tipping like that? Or you just don't care. You know it's going to hold up, so you don't care. How are we on the hanger yet? I know we're pretty close. Yes, we are now printing the loop. So the loop is what is printing now. Hey, TI bots. So that's how I make my Life in the Reese videos. I record little tiny clips. Like right now I have 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So when I get to around 10 minutes, I push them all together into a video and send it out. So this is the video for the mid October. This is like 4 videos from now. I still have to upload this. I love this spider because it looks like he's digital. The way he moves is like a digital movement. It's like he's jerking when he moves. See the way it looks almost unreal?
Yeah, I think it's digital jerking. It's kind of cool.
So, pretty neat. No, I think the minimum for delivery around here is 1,200 gallons. The problem I have is that I found out that a lot of the delivered water around here is just water out of the wells, meaning it's still hard. I need water that's been processed, that's not hard. I'm trying to pay less than 30 cents a gallon. If I could buy, 1,000 gallons and pay less than 30 cents a gallon, I'll do that. But at least until I get rainwater capture going. It's almost done! 5 minutes! Oh, I got that. I was telling you earlier, all the way 6 hours ago, I was telling you. My dad bought 2 Power Air Fryer XLs. And I assume he got one for himself and one to give as a gift. Why else would you buy 2? And the only reason I know is because we got a bill in the mail. And on just 2.5 seconds at 0.2 millimeter layer height. I think I can go down to 0.2 or 2 seconds. I think I can go down to 2 seconds because this is working just fine at 2.5. So I got a bill in the mail saying, hey, you owe us money for 2 air fryers. And it's about 6 months after he died. And, I call him up, I explained to him, I was like, I spent the whole day, a couple hours looking for these things. I don't know where they're at. I don't know if he gave them away or if they're sitting in a pile somewhere. I don't know. I was like, but I can't find these air fryers, and he's dead. So I can't ask him where he put them. And he says, oh, no problem, no problem. They wiped it out. They got rid of the bill. And which is cool. I mean, they can't make me pay for it, but it's still nice that they didn't even bother to try to be stupid. Like, oh, we're going to come after you for it. No, they just wiped it out. It was like $300 some odd, $380, something like that. Well, 3 years later, I found one. Obviously, I'm not going to call the company up 3 years later saying, yeah, I found one. Do I get anything for it? Do you want it back? They probably don't. So I got a free Air Fryer XL, and I brought it with me. Well, it died last week for some reason. I took it out of the box, used it. It was great. Worked for about a week, and then it stopped working. The fan stopped going. You can hear it trying, but the fan was spinning. And today, I was actually on the stream going to take it apart and see if we can fix it. And it started working again. I don't know why. It works fine now. Whatever. I'll use it till it dies. So, Rich Pedro, my burn times for this resin at 0.2 millimeter layer height is 2.5 seconds. And I think I might be able to go down to 2 seconds. Uh, 4K is nice if you have enough bit rate, because 4K down converted to 1080p looks better than 1080p native if the 4K has enough bit rate. There's a open source video editing program free called OpenShot. I have not tried it yet. I downloaded it, but I haven't tried it yet. It's called OpenShot. But that'll let you down convert it to whatever you want. You waiting for food, kitty? Yeah, you waiting for food? I'll give you a little bit of dry food to hold you over to dinner. She said mixing in a little dry food is okay every now and then. I use, what's it called? MPC HC, Media Player Classic, and it plays my 4K videos no problem. Well, we're getting to the point now where it's like 85 degrees during the day and like 45 degrees at night. There you go, it's done. Yay! Our 400% scale more, well, 396% scale. Oh man, he is big! Oh, I should switch back so you guys can see what I'm doing. Hit Film Express. I'll have to check that out too. See, I do have some goop on here, which means I'm going to want to clean out the vat and make sure there's no debris in the vat. Thankfully, this did not affect the print. You see little bits of cured resin outside of the print area. Yeah, this looks good. You can actually see the geometric pattern, the grid pattern that's built into the object itself. That's how good these resin printers are. Although at this scale, an FDM printer should be able to reproduce that as well. Very, very cool. This will. I'll probably definitely put this in the Anycubic rinse chamber to make sure it's really rinsed off nice inside, because there's going to be a lot of residual resin on the inside. And then to remove it, we just give it a couple of taps with this. Hopefully. It's coming. I got a gap now, so I should be able to worm this into the gap. Was this not sharpened? Barely. That one a little sharper, a little bit. There it goes. That's where the Wham Bam will come in handy. Make sure that's all cleaned off for the next print. And don't worry about scratching it up. That actually helps with adhesion. There you go. 400% upscale Marvin. Hollowed out in resin. I am very happy with that. Alrighty, guys, that is going to be it for today. Just a little chit-chat session with some resin printing on the mono-screen Creality. I am so far very happy with it. I have nothing to complain about with those results. I will post some high-resolution pictures on Facebook so you guys will be able to see what they look like and go from there. Happy, happy victims. And that's it. You guys have a great day. I will see you next week. Hopefully, new table. Really, really hope we get new table. Yeah, the resin's fine. I got zero problems with this resin. I can't see a problem with it. I wish they had more. Yeah, because I don't care what, for that price, I don't care what color it is. So now we have 400% scale, 250% scale, or 150% scale, 100% scale, 50% scale, and 25% scale, or 12% scale, or something like that. Can I get this on there? Yes! I have the Marvin stack. I need a picture of that before I knock it over. Come on, stay up there, stay up there. Okay, there we go. All right, I need a picture of that. Yes, this one has drain holes. Yep, I will post that picture. That's great. So he has a drain hole. Uh-oh. He almost went away. So there is a drain hole on top. I have 2 drain hole on the feet. That doesn't help while printing, but that helps when I go to rinse it out. I also have a drain hole in his crotch right there. That relieves the air pressure while it's printing so the resin doesn't fill up the inside of the model, which means it drains really well. And then I also, just for extra measure, put a little drain hole on the top of the keychain hook right there. So plenty of drainage. But I am super, super happy with that print. That came out fantastic. I have no complaints with that. And yes, he is hollow with a 2mm shell. So nice and thick, so he's nice and strong, but mostly hollow. Oh, here, I'll show you my settings real quick. Ow! So I have it set for, let's see here, 0.2 millimeter layer height, 3 bottom, 3-second exposure, which I changed to 2.5. And that worked fine, so I'm going to leave it 2.5. I'm probably going to try 2. And then the 15-second bottom layer for 3 layers. I might bump that down to 10, because that was really on there pretty good. And the rest of you, I didn't change any of these. These are all the default settings they used. So the only settings I changed were these 4 here. 0.2, 3, 2.5, 15. And then I hollowed them out with a 2 millimeter wall thickness. Yes, Shine Sting works fine. I've used other of their colors, and they work fine. They're all probably pretty much the same stuff from the same place. So that is it. I will see you guys next week, hopefully with the new table. Hopefully with the... I haven't decided if we're going to do the CR6SE next week or if we're going to do the JG Magic Artist D. It depends on if I get the Wham Bam stuff in for the CR6SE or not. So we will go from there. And yeah, I want to try printing that micro tower too. The micro Eiffel Tower. Try to downscale that a little bit. And go, how big is a Tic Tac? 2 inches? So that was a 2-inch Eiffel Tower. So maybe I'll try 2 inches and 1 inch together and see what happens. Later, critters.